price down heaps. You just got to ask, hey, find me the one bull up market, you know, because you can't do it all yourself. Bitcoin, Ethereum, everything else, right? Like right now, Ethereum's dog shit, cucking us all. I know the bullish case for Ethereum. No one believes you because the price is going down. But yeah, generally, this stuff keeps you like ahead of the game. But as well, we understand as well. Like it's crypto, right? Things can work and then not work. So we understand the risks and we're all in this together.
Yeah, agreed. Crypto tech, what's the agenda today? Do we have anything, or are we just kind of...
So yeah, what we're going to do is just go around and ask everyone's thoughts of the current situation and so on, and then you know, and then some people want to get stuff off their chests. That's fine, and then we can bring people up and to ask questions. If
also,
okay.
Yeah. Also, sir, when everyone's going around, so right now the price is 0.2 cents. So it's 0.002, 0.2 cents. If you don't know what to say, maybe tell us, like, where do you think we're going to be by the end of June in 3 months? Are you surprised we're not at zero? Also, do you think Richard's going to do another 33 tweets on PDAI? Do you think more FUD waves are coming? That's also interesting. I want to hear what everyone thinks. So yeah, we can go around, starting off with Mr. Royson Hart. Or Mr. Crypto Tech, if you want to speak first.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I'll go first, and you know, get the boring one done first, I suppose. Yeah, I think in the next 3 months, I do see us we'll be at $1. PulseChain will be booming. You know, Hex. You know, there's a lot of people that say about hexagons, but there's some really good ones in Pulse in PDAI. They're not all crazy people, you know, but we've got to understand where they're coming from, which I can't really see it, to be fair. You know, who doesn't want their bags pumped? They'd probably be at $1 at least themselves. And then what I do see is other people coming onto PulseChain and putting their money in PDAI. And we're just going to be pumping for months to come. I think, to be fair, I think we'll be the start of the bull run. Well, the good part of the bull run, should I say? And because there's always a big event that happens. I think there was one in the last bull run. I can't remember what it was, but if you look at the details, you know, 2 days before PulseChain was you know, went live, there was minting. So who do you think that is? No, naming no names. Of course, we don't know who it is. But you know, they're not going to allow a kid to do that. Come on, really? Richard Hart is going to allow people to take over his chain and mint? I don't think so. It's not going to happen years and years upon years. I just don't believe it. You know, the guy's too good, too clever, and then the FUD, that is just clever marketing. There's lots of clues what's happening. So yeah, I think we just need to.
Yeah, Dazzy, you know, he's speaking about the minting. So for everyone at home, just so everyone's listening, okay? So these are the exact events, okay? On May 9th, MakerDAO releases the Spark protocol in 2023. May 9th, 2023. Remember how Richard kept saying, we're going to launch soon, we're going to launch soon. And we're like, what is he waiting for? So May 9th, 2023, MakerDAO releases Spark. Spark is the SDAI protocol. Basically, you just hold SDAI. It's a savings. You get fees from the protocol. It's your interest yield, okay? Literally, that date's released. 24 hours later, the next day, Richard Hart takes the PulseChain snapshot, May 10th. The snapshot's officially done, okay? Then May 11th, PDAI gets minted by, mysteriously, could be a Vietnamese kid with a big fat dong who somehow hacked Richard's computer. That's May 11th. And then 2 days later, PulseChain launches. So if you look at that, May 9th, Spark protocol released. May 10th, PulseChain snapshot taken. May 11th, PDAI is minted on the chain. 2 days later, PulseChain launched. if you're sitting at home, you're wondering like, why is this relevant? Well, there you go. So some people out there, they think it's totally random. That's why Daz mentioned, they go, hey, that is a totally random event out here. Other people, I guess, who are bullish think maybe Richard Hart is part of the PulseChain pioneers, if you know what I mean, who have an interest in this SDAI and DAI itself and MakerDAO and all of these things being built in the future. So that's ultimately, that's like a first point to start off with as you continue, sir. So for everyone to know. So we've just seen these series of events from day one.
Yeah.
Something has happened. Some people say, oh, totally random. Could have been anything, you know, and the rest of us are like, wait a minute, I think something else is going to go on here. So yeah, please continue, sir.
Yeah, it's just lots of things are happening. And, you know, if you like, there's one coincidence, two coincidence, three coincidence, you know, they're just all in our head, aren't they? You know, it's all coincidences. You know, there's probably about 20 now off the top of my head. You've seen Richard talk about DAI as well. So, you know, I think we're going to peg. We just got to be patient. There's guys working on it. You know, in 3 months' time, I think everyone will be happy. You know, I do think there's some diamonds in there that are going to peg with it as well. So yeah, I think T-Bill might do something because I think Marie hasn't given up on that. I think she's been burning the last few days as well. So yeah, there's a lot of activity going on, but we've just got to be patient and, you know, but yeah, that's enough from me. I think Royston, I think it's your turn, mate.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Fine. Very good.
Okay, sorry. I got low service right now. Yeah, I just want to shout out to Sommi. I pretty much gone down every rabbit hole of information that's come up. I got flooded out. I sold my bag, bought back in the next day, didn't feel right, and then yeah, basically just went around in circles. And it really comes down to, do you believe PDAI and a decentralized stablecoin and interest protocol and the stablecoin pools, and like, do you believe in all this decentralized infrastructure, or do you think he would just, or whoever's running this would just waste it away and an exploiter would ruin it, and then PulseChain is just this husk of a chain? So it really comes down to whether you believe or whether you don't believe. And that's the bigger players at hand. They have all the control. We can propose a spell. We can try to do that, but in the end, we need Ethereum maker whales to come over and vote on it, which I don't think we have. So it's kind of.
I do believe we've lost Mr. Royson Hart, sir. You're trying to spit some truth. They're trying to stop you, but if you cut off, it's okay. So I think, yeah. So I think with the maker,
Oh, sorry, I got a
phone
call. I don't know. Are you guys?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you, sir. Can you please clarify about the maker tokens? I think, you know, isn't there some sort of plan where more makers going to get minted when we have a floppy willy auction, and maybe someone who has a lot of PDAI who might have minted at the start? Just so for everyone as well, more information, guys.
Right.
PDAI had 6 billion PDAI at the start. It went to like 18 or 24 billion. No one said anything. Then on the way up, I was told by, I guess, the same people fighting it now, many people, there's an infinite minting inflation bug, and the number was going up. That's my famous August 2023 post. I'm like, it's a mint, you're getting dumped on, it's over, pretty much. And then it went up and came back. But then no one spoke. Yeah, Richard didn't tweet about the 300% inflation then, and now we've only minted 300 million inflation, a couple of percent. So that's very peculiar and interesting as well. Like, hey, you didn't care about when we minted 18 billion of the token. Why do you care about when there's 237 million minted or whatever? So that's another like question mark, as Dazzy said. Oh, that's another, add that like 15th item now to your conspiracy bag. So just to continue, Mr. Royson, sir, if you have some reception. Or maybe he's got a phone call. But that's okay. Mr. Khalid, do you want to add thoughts, sir? How you see it, and add anything you want to speak about as well?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, listen, I've been in PDAI since 2023, and I feel like right now we are in the same spot where we have high uncertainty about PDAI, which is, at the end of the day, this is crypto. If we're going to wait until we have all our unanswered questions answered, it's either going to be at $1 too late. So from being a founder behind DAI, because guys, we're talking about legacy DAI. You understand, the one that's in Ethereum is slowly becoming decommissioned effectively. They've been rebranded to Sky. They are making another one. Everyone most likely knows that USD S, whatever it's called, S is for soy, like Sommi says, which has a blacklist and freeze function. And we're seeing these tweets from Richard Hart talking about, oh, who warns you about admin keys? And it's like, it's very clear. Yes, Richard Hart is not a dev. We didn't say this. He has probably a team behind it. You know what I mean? Who's even the OA? It could be an AI bot for all we know, But he
also,
knows.
sir, just to add as well, remind everyone, DAI right now, friends, DAI can be shut off by the government, one button, okay? Because the DAI collateral, I think 40% or 60% is USDC. So it's not even like guessing. If they really wanted to, they call up Jeremy Belair, the guy with the bug eyes, the Circle CEO. They literally say, hey, Jeremy, you bug. Okay, use your little antennas and blacklist the USDC inside the collateral right now. They literally send DAI to zero overnight. They literally kill it. So I just want everyone to know that. If the PulseChain pioneers, we don't know who they are, but if they succeed and then people we'll know we've won if one of you guys get hacked by North Korea and they actually swap into PDAI, because they literally can't actually turn that off at all. Okay, so yeah, just to continue, Mr. Khalid, so everyone has context, like this idea is that, see, when you look at that, you're like, is Richard dumb or are we not seeing something? That's what we keep coming back to. Maybe we're dumb. That's why a lot of people say, Sommi, I have 15 reasons why this thing can't work. I'm like, okay, bro, but the guy's been building the chain for 5 years. Maybe he's got a way to work. Maybe he just hasn't shown you. That's why the price isn't $1. That's what you always come back to that. So it's a matter of belief. Please continue, Mr. Khalid.
Great points. Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah, that's a great point about PulseChain. One of its greatest USPs, unique selling points, is this narrative. Never been done before, only possible right here. The first of its own kind, first system state copy of Ethereum. If this does not succeed, yes, I'm not going to say PulseChain is going to be dead, but what actually makes us different? We can't go around and tell people, yeah, we're 17 quicker than Ethereum. We can't go around and tell people, oh yeah, we're cheaper than Ethereum. That is not enough to attract people. Solana has like 1/20th of the validators, and it is a buggy ass network, and it's obviously leading the mini altcoin season that we've seen in 2024 and in April and in the end of Pump October. So yeah, I do believe I'm heavily convicted in PDAI.
Yeah,
I'm just going to finalize it by just saying that in terms of the price action, I do believe the next leg up that we're going to see using Fibonacci extensions, it could be anywhere from 9 cents to 12.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in real quick because what I've been finding, and Katie on the PMaker Telegram has basically come in and very knowledgeable on the whole thing, but I don't think she sees the whole picture yet. Because basically what she's saying is if these bad actors take over control and this exploiter takes over PMaker, PulseChain goes a lot lower. Like we're fucked, essentially. So we basically have to assume there is a good actor behind it, because it's either we peg to $1 and we all have an amazing bull run, or PMaker and PDAI fails and we're all going 80% lower than today. Like there's no in between. We
Mr.
can't
Royson,
save it at this point.
Mr. Royson, can we explain to everyone at home? So to add, everyone at home, you'd be very confused. You're like, what is this FUD going on? What can some person see one thing and one person not see another? What's basically happened is, okay, I've coined the term PulseChain pioneers. Okay, so basically, maybe some people don't want their name associated with a decentralized stablecoin because Nikolai, the guy who co-founded DAI, was literally murdered. He's assassinated. Okay, so that's very important. So what's actually happened on PulseChain is there are new wallets that have appeared on the chain launching. We don't know where they came from. We don't know who owns them. Okay, but they've been working to build out the protocol and DeFi and PulseChain and stuff for like 2 years. Okay, one group of people see this and they go, "Wait a minute, these people they're bandits. They're coming in to raid the whole chain. They're going to have too much power and they're going to do bad stuff." That's one perspective. Our perspective is, look, it's probably someone benevolent, because anything associated with Richard Hart is toxic nuclear diarrhea waste considered in crypto. I don't think someone wants to raid us for our $7. That's just my guess. So we don't know, friends. Okay, so we're seeing these wallets. Nobody can connect them to anywhere. So you're watching like these people build these cranes in these cities. They're taking over PulseChain Balancer, PulseChain Aave, PulseChain Curve. They're pegging USDC to PDAI. All these little things are happening. They're all pointing to the PDAI with D0F at the end of the smart contract address. That's D for dong, 0 for 0 amounts of soy, and F for friendship, D0F. They're all pointing there. They've all been building towards that. You know, so that's the discrepancy. So right now we have people, they're like, it's almost like a scientist gone mad. They're like, who are these people? I can't trace them. It's not on the blockchain. And then like, that's why we're sitting back and we're like, look, man, you're looking at the leaf too much. Go back and look at the forest, okay? Guys, I want to share you as well, to add to this, you know the Compound protocol, another DeFi protocol, okay? One of the guys, a couple of people have reached out to them and they said, hey, we are trying to accumulate the PulseChain Compound version so we can like, you know, continue the dream, if you know what I mean. We need more Compound. Can you go spend 2 seconds and toggle the reward of Compound on our chain? It's going to literally take you 2 seconds, bro. Literally 2 seconds. Just toggle the reward. Just make the yield go up, because we don't want to accumulate over like, I'm guessing 2 months. I want to accumulate it in like 2 days. Compound literally gave us the middle finger. They're like, anything to do with this chain, I don't want to look at it. I'm not even going to sniff it. So I've added that in because that's just something I think is relevant, where like, dude, people don't even want to connect to the chain. And then we have someone here who's building something big. I don't think they're bad. Do you see what I mean, guys? That's why it's all a game of probabilities, okay? But you see, you can still see this, friends. Like I use this example in my videos. If let's say Coexistent Steven invites me over to his home for a barbecue, and I go there and I see literally 15 guys renovating in the background, you know, I could think, you know what? They're actually thieves. These people are building up a wall and extending the back of Steven's house because they're going to rob him later. You see what I mean? Like, you can't like, bro, it wouldn't make sense. Like, if you're going to rob stuff, you steal the stuff and you break down the walls. Okay, well, these PulseChain pioneers, why have they been building the walls for 2 years? Why were they like helpful to stop the inflation? Why were they doing all this? So that's why, friends, all of this stuff, it gets priced in over time. You want to know why PDAI's price slowly glides out over time? It's because as every day passes, the walls aren't broken down. Market goes, oh, I guess they're kind of helping. And that's how we walk it up over time. So yeah, please continue, sir. Maybe mix it Coexistent Steven or Mr. Royson if you want to finish off, and we just spread it around.
Yeah, if you guys can share that we're live, that would be great as well, guys. But yeah, go ahead.
I'll let Steven jump in after this. Yeah, it's a lot of good points. I just think, yeah, the deeper you go, the harder it is to understand what's going on. And when you zoom out, it's very simple to see like, oh, like obviously DAI would peg, maybe parities would copy, And you have like this decentralized DeFi ecosystem. All right, Stephen, you can jump in.
Stevie, is
yeah,
Stevie there?
I'm here. Thanks, boys. Yeah, I'm happy to just keep listening along with the conversation. It's really I don't know if anyone's been following the conversations in the Maker DAO. I know that we mentioned Katrina earlier, so yeah, I've just been trying to follow that for the last few days, and yeah, there seems to even be like a split that's forming within Maker and everyone that's trying to build things. So yeah, there's not a day of peace with this whole narrative, put it that way. So yeah, I'm just here to kind of listen along and add what I can add. But yeah, let's just keep the ball rolling.
Awesome, sir. There's Mr. Supersend. Mr. Supersend.
Cash
Would you like
money.
to speak, sir? Yeah, cash money.
Yes, guys. How's everybody doing?
All good, sir. How are
Great,
you?
sir. I think put your mouth a bit
Good.
closer to the mic, maybe.
Guys, thanks for having me and Crypto Tech for the invite, hey guys. So listen, guys, I get a lot of questions about how could PDI like 2000x everything, right? And I think a lot of people don't understand what pegging PDI implicates for the whole chain, right? So if you got PDI, right, in LP with PLS, right? And let's say right now, PDI is at 0.2 cents. So to $1, that's a 500x. So with PDI paired with PLS, and PDI getting that instant 500x if it got pegged right now, that increases the bid side of that liquidity pool, the value by 500x, which automatically 4x's from a double at 4x's. So if it was to do a 500x, that would automatically do a 2000x to PLS that's paired in the liquidity, right? And then everything on PulseChain is paired in liquidity with PLS. So if the bid side of PDI 500x and it 2000x the side of PLS, and the 2000x side of PLS that is paired with everything else on the chain, 8,000x is the rest of the chain. I don't know if you guys can see that, how AMA works, but they're not order books where people buy into asks and people sell into bids, right? It's not like the stock market. It's not like central exchanges with order books. It's through AMM, and they're all mathematically calculated. And RH explained to us how it works, right? Hart's law. You double the side of the bid, and you 4x the price, right? So that's how we can get the chain to be just going through the roof, like a super send, right? You know what I mean? And then so Crypto Tech said, well, we probably see Hex at $1. Well, we don't really need to guess what it would be. We can calculate what it would be from this point or from when any point PDI is at to the peg, which would affect all liquidity pools, right? That's how it gets a super cent. Like everybody looks at the SAC buddy, the OA is down. That's just like a distraction, right? We see PDI, RH, the Twitter guy. There's an extractor, right? And he puts the picture of that cartoon character, the extractor. He uses full blocks. He doesn't use GUI, the whole thing. And then right in the bottom right corner, in little tiny writing, it says Richard Hart. He's showing you who the extractor is. Then he comes with the next tweet, and he says, "Damn, somebody should make a meme of this extractor, right?" And then you got Matty Allen wanting to make a coin, but people are just not reading through the lines and seeing what it actually is, right? And what do I think? I thought PDI was going to peg on April 1st. I thought it was going to be the ultimate April Fools. I know PDI will peg. I know in my heart it will peg, right? We see what's going on chain, like I showed you guys before, right? You got RH sending out a tweet, check out the extractor. Go check out the extractor. There's no extraction going on, right? There was 3,000 PDAI minted, 3,000 PDAI burned. Money swapped into nope. He's answering the questions for us, right? But people are just not seeing it. And then you got guys like Matty Allen, who's not even helping the community. He's actually hurting the community because now he's getting people to send stable coins to the OA. Do we all think that Richard Hart or whoever controls the OA could be anybody? We don't know. It's RH, right? Do you think he would want us to send stable coins to the OA? Or do you think he would want us to use that money to buy PLS? Where are people getting the stables from? More than likely, they're selling PLS to get the stables to send to that wallet. And if he did advertise, okay, guys, send PLS to the OA, we all know the OA would never, ever dump the PLS. So it would basically lock the PLS that was sent away forever. So this guy has made a ton of mistakes. His followers are getting super wrecked. You know what I mean? And it's unbelievable. You know what I mean? And then like, okay, we talk about, well, Steven says coexistence. Steven, he says, well, what's going on in the P maker chat? But what we really need to understand is, right, that there is no such thing as the P maker chat, just like there is no such thing as the PDAI chat. And we all got to think about this for the whole community, for security purposes. And what do you think RH would tell everybody? Okay, you got a guy paying $300, right, to go and put up a fake Telegram link on Deck Screener. I would not do that. Sommi, I can definitely say that you would not do that. Nobody would do that. The only reason why somebody would do that is a malicious reason. If you wanted to have a PDAI chat, have a PDAI group, you would do it in an honest way. You can come to Twitter and get 2,000 followers in a couple of days. It's not a big problem, right? But when you do that, you got to think, what is the motive behind somebody paying the $300 to put the fake link in the chat to bring people in to talk about PDAI? And then when you go into the chat and you tell them, listen, no, man, what you're saying is wrong. There is no proof that RH voted on that maker proposal that you put up. There's no proof. Bro, there's proof. Go watch the video. Okay, well, I watched the video. There's no proof. Let's talk about it. Who the fuck is this guy? Get this guy out of here. Bro, would you not want the community to know the truth? Or are you trying to push a narrative in some certain way when you pay $300 to put the group up? Right? And then you're gonna ban people. And then you won't show your face, right? You disguise your voice when you talk. You say you're gonna do advertising and you ask for money from the community. What is it? Godwill sent $100K, he raised $110,000. What blind person is gonna send money for advertising? If you got money, you can do the advertising yourself. But why would you send somebody $110,000 that you've never seen his face? He runs an illegitimate Telegram group, right? And to put everything aside, right? The guy, I hear the guy, he showed paperwork that he registered a company and he's doing this. What? Listen, man, his name is Julian. Why? Okay, guys, you want me to dox myself? Okay, guys, my name is Julian. Does that mean my name is Julian? The guy ran off with $110K. He did no advertising. People think he's a good guy. Bro, he scammed the community. If he's a good guy, Sommi's a good guy. Coexistence Steven is a good guy. We see everybody's faces, bro. Did they raise $110K for advertising that never happened? Do we need off-ramps? RH has built the only off-ramp that we need, and that is to Ethereum. And Ethereum connects to every other blockchain where there's liquidity all over the place. So we don't need centralized exchanges. Centralized exchanges are scum, right? We don't really need off-ramps, right? Because we got the biggest off-ramp in the world, which is Ethereum. You know what I mean, guys? So I would say everybody's got to be careful what groups you go into, right? What did RH say, guys? Stop following people. You don't need to follow anybody. What did he do? He stopped following everybody because everybody they speak like they have facts. You know, like I see in the chat the other day, just an example, like Fast Tools a scammer. Man, show proof that he's a scammer, man. The guy shows his face. He's like a household name in the PulseChain community. It's people that are hating, that talk bad and talk down about these people, right? You know what I mean? And people need to realize that security, safety is number one. You know what I mean? So that's what I got to say for now. I got a lot to say, but I don't want to like take up the whole space and just keep going. So I'll pass on the mic. I gave my thoughts, guys, but I'm so happy to be here to be able to speak with you guys. You know what I mean?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. We appreciate your wisdom. I hope everybody was especially paying attention to the liquidity bonding stuff, right? So for all the altcoins on crypto, in PulseChain as well, remember, like, if the prophecy ends up coming true, the valuation of Pulse, the whole ecosystem of the city goes up. It's basically a bonanza. That's basically pretty much what you're playing for. And then, like, if you sit here in disbelief, you're like, oh, that means some of these coins go up 1,000x. Yes, but remember, there's no free lunch here. Like, look what you're betting on. You're betting on Richard Hart's chain. You're betting on PulseChain Pioneers. You're betting on a first cycle unicorn, the PDAI. You're betting on that. They've all got a hit. You're betting on this bull market. You understand? But if the combo streak happens, right, it all plays out. The thing is, if you're in, you can't do anything anyway. You literally just sit here. We literally do nothing. That's how you have to do it in Bitcoin. I mean, like now, when I've added something to my chart, man. Satoshi left Bitcoin in the beginning of 2011, and it was like 60 cents. So, you know, Richard Hart bought Bitcoin after he left, I think. He bought 20K worth in 2011 at $30, and then it went down to like $2. And just imagine he was reading the Bitcoin talk forums going, dude, the founder of this weird thing, he's gone. He's rugged us. He's abandoned. Take your money now, take your $400 and just leave. Go buy Johnson & Johnson stocks. That would have been the absolute worst decision of all time. Imagine selling Bitcoin at $2. But if you go back, bro, there's thousands of reasons why it was not meant to work. The founder's gone. What's a Bitcoin halvening? Who are these miners? Don't know what the hell's going on. The CIA's behind it. You get thousands of reasons. Oh, the government's going to ban it. I think that's funny. One of Richard's streams, he had this like little monologue about how good a strong hand is. And so it's funny, right? It shows you how much of an OG he is, because he would always joke like, oh, people holding Bitcoin, they're scared the government's going to ban it, right? But that shows you how OG he is, because we don't joke about that now in Bitcoin anymore. No, who is there? Government's going to ban it, FUD? It's so far beyond that. Now it's like recession FUD. Michael Saylor's going to get liquidated FUD. The FUD's still there. There's always FUD. It's just it evolves to just a different story. But guess what? The price is up. That's literally the only thing different. There's uncertainty. There's the price is up. So what do you even care about more about? Do you want to get in early? Do you want to get in late? That's how you have to analyze these things, right? So obviously everyone's got to make their own decision. But friends, I literally promise you, there will be more PDAI FUD in 30 days, 60 days, 200 days. There'll be, Coexistence Stevens sold his bags. Or like this guy sold, or this guy is going to ban it. I'm telling you, it evolves over time. But if you understand what's happening, right, which is what we're seeing, like thousands of coincidences seemingly lining up, you start putting the pieces of the puzzle together, and it summarizes the price trajectory, right? You know, whenever we do these discussions, whenever they devolve into the debate part, it's always the same thing. People coming in, they say, but it's broken and it's going to be broken forever. And I'm like saying, bro, okay, it's broken now, but how can you say something's broken forever? You know, like it's crypto, bro. Your mind gets blown every 30 days, you know? And by the way, Dogecoin has nothing to break. XRP's got nothing to break. They don't even do anything. And they still have no problems growing. Do you know what I mean? That's a funny part, man. Like, this is the wildest part. XRP literally said, we are going to be used by every bank in the world. It did a 650x in 2017. You, me, no one here uses XRP for anything. They literally do nothing. It literally does nothing, but the narrative's changed. Now, it's not XRP is not used anymore. Now, XRP is anti-Bitcoin because they printed money to go get political bribes. I'm watching it. I'm like, man, Imagine you could just buy this thing 500x lower. You just completely ignore the narrative. That's why we're saying we could be in the middle of one right now. And look, the same thing happened to Richard Hart. First cycle hexagons of all people know this. It is funny. I speak to some PI maxis. This is funny. If you're in first cycle hex, you won't relate to them, but when they see Richard Hart's passports, they don't even pay attention to it. I remember when Eric Wall was posting these like 8 passports of Richard Hart. Man, I got a heart attack. I was like, oh, this guy's an international man on the run. He's going to do the runner. And like this was circulating back and forth every time there was a red candle. OA is going to dump. Richard Hart's going to dump. The inflation's too high. So everyone knows it. Whenever this FUD comes out, it's almost always true. They've already sold and they just want the thing to go down. Literally almost always true. I promise you, they've owned it at some point. They just really want this thing to go down now. They do it in stocks, they do it in assets, everything. Okay. So if you knew that, maybe it makes you think about stuff differently. Because if they really want this thing to go down, any coin, any asset, that starts making higher lows, pay attention. Okay. Because the price is digesting all this information we know. So there's the make a DAO stuff happening. Is it going to work out? Is Richard going to do another 34 tweets about PDI, which we'd all love? That'd be crazy, right? All the way out here. Is he going to make another ticket? That'd be funny. Hey, Richard, if you're listening, go make another DAI ticker on pump tires. That'd be funny. Just to throw everybody in the work. So we're trying to put all these pieces of the puzzle together, but I think ultimately everyone knows there's just uncertainty you have to sit through. I mean, Richard had to sit through it. That's why in my videos I was talking with this man. Do you think Richard had someone hold his hand when Bitcoin's $2 and said, I know this founder of this weird thing on the internet is gone now, but don't worry, it's going to go to thousands of dollars. Dude, you'd be like, this guy's smoking crack. You'd never believe him whatsoever. All right. And look where we are now. Now, Uncle Peter Schiff has to FUD Bitcoin when it goes down like $1,000, 2%. That's where we've come from. The guy who knew about Bitcoin at $8 is now FUDding it at 86,000, 10,000x, right? So if anybody else wants to take the stage next, Verita or Mr. Freedom or anybody else next on the list I can see on the screen, feel free to take the stage.
I can just say one thing really quick. And I'm not going to speak on it too much because it's honestly a little scary. Like there's a reason why no one wants to be behind this thing, but we're not like Hex isn't that scary to institutions, right? It's like, oh, it's a CD on the blockchain, did okay, it fell down 90%, whatever. But when you start talking about stablecoin in a bank and no middlemen paying your own interest and a community that's backing it, and that could cut out a bank entirely, that's when things start to get a little scary.
Very good, sir. And for everyone else, that is, just so everyone knows, friends, the earliest settlers to a country, there's just like a blockchain. They come in and they go, you know what? I believe in the long-term vision. I don't need to sell. That's early Bitcoin. That's early Ethereum. That's early PulseChain. Okay. They get in and they're like, I don't need to sell. I just want the city to grow. Okay. That's actually not dangerous to the government. Yeah. Because it's like you're taking a punt. It's like you went on Mars, you started building a city. You're not a threat. The threat now becomes, as what Royson just mentioned, once you start getting the short-term liquidity duration part of the curve, now you're in a world of trouble. Because now that's the government stuff. That's what the US Fed controls. Short-term bonds, short-term rates, and all these. When you have a dollar-backed coin that's backed by crypto, endogenous to the system, you're literally high red alert. Red alert. You are public enemy number one to the banks. Because the only reason people even want to hold a bank account is to have access to the US dollars. Okay, what if you give them the US dollar in your pocket, in your phone? They can't touch it. It's literally, it's really, really game over. That might be next bear market FUD, but they can't even see this coming because we're so innovative, right? You're faster than them. So that's why, see, when you look at this and you put the pieces of the puzzle together, you're like, wow, see, you can't see all the pieces, but you're like, man, this is a big, 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 big idea. Like it makes so much sense for someone to do this. That's how I look at it. I'm like, because instead of asking, is this thing happening or not? What I've made videos and I've shown, okay, go down the list, man. Go look at stablecoins. There's $231 billion held in stablecoins right now. It's going to be $1 trillion. Don't you think it's a good idea to get a piece of that pie? And don't you think it's a really good idea to get a decentralized version of that. Tether pays you no yield. It's for cucks. Okay. Tether uses people's yield to go buy Bitcoin for themselves. Yeah. Circle, same thing. They don't even have any crypto. Okay. All these stable coins, Ripple released the US dollar. Now it's listed on Kraken, more like Crackhead. Right? I don't know why. They literally listed a useless dog shit stable coin, copy paste of Tether, not used anywhere, doesn't even pay you yield. I don't even know why it's listed there. They got paid. They probably got paid for it. Okay. So these things, they're not like crypto, man. They just sit there, they're backed by a dollar bank account. If PDAI ends up being something of a native stablecoin for PulseChain, you are literally the unicorn. The unicorn. They've never seen anything like that. And you got to ask yourself, right? If you're in a bear market, which coin are you going to hold? The one not earning you yield, or the one that the government can't shut off that is earning you yield? So that's why I think if you're trying to solve what I call that crypto $1 trillion problem of how do you keep people in a bear market, you got to get the stable coins. Because all of us here, we're risk takers. You and me, everyone's like happy to hold, well, not happy, but it's been 4 years, everything's still dog shit. You'll take on that risk for the upside. But everyone else out there, not in crypto, they can't take our risk. They can't hold a paper bag for longer than 2 weeks. Okay, so they literally need the dollar. They need the dollar and they need it then. Well, what if you gave them a stable coin that paid you yield, that you sit inside the system and that you never have to leave and bridge out? What if? Imagine you put the bank account into crypto. That's by the way, what I'm describing. Coinbase is doing this, by the way, friends. Coinbase, everything on Ethereum, they're all getting Circle liquidity rails on there, right? But Circle can turn you off, bro. Is it real crypto? Like, you're putting a bank account somewhere, but now Circle's just going to be another bank. Maybe Circle's going to get sued by Bank of Ants or Goldman Sachs, or as I call them, Goldman Slugs, because they're just allowing US dollars to be everywhere. So, but this Richard, I don't know who it is. The PulseChain pioneers, I mean, they're literally playing a different game. He's shooting and aiming at a target no one can even see, right? Now, like everyone's talking about meme coin super cycle, feels like more of a stable coin super cycle. Like if we want to get all these new people into crypto, they're coming in for stable coins because like they don't want to take risk. They want to hold the dollar. They want to look at it. I know it's boring, but that's actually what they want to do. The more people you get in there, then everything can start to grow, like building Lego blocks, right? So as you get to know in crypto, we start off with the longest duration savings account, which is Bitcoin. And then you built out Ethereum and then the other layer 1 chains. And now we're like going further down the curve, but it's actually getting more dangerous. That's funny. It's getting more and more dangerous because now you're getting closer and closer to competing against US banks. But it's the best part, bro. If there is no off button, what's the competition? There's no founder. Who founded PDAI? No one. There's no off button. You can't do anything. You see what I mean, friends? So like if you see this forest, you're like watching this giant city being built and the whole freaking crypto, we're not even listed on exchanges. Exchanges rug us. That's the funny part. So like maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Maybe we had to get gate kept for this thing to work. Just like the early Bitcoin, you can go back, friends, read Satoshi's replies to people. When Bitcoin first started rallying, there was this guy who got so much happiness. He says, Satoshi, let's go tell the governments this amazing creation we made. And he goes, silence. Don't tell them anything. He literally begs them, shut up. Don't tell them, it's too early. I don't know why. I feel like it's the same thing with us. I really do. Anyone else want to take the stage next? Mr. Hodonomics has joined us as well. Mr. Freedom, feel free.
I just want to say one more thing, guys. To anybody new here in the ecosystem and to even like the OGs here in the ecosystem, I would really, really, really recommend going to RH's YouTube channel, watching his videos, because any doubts that you have and any doubts of the future path, he literally breaks it all down and explains it all about everything. So it's a definitely must watch. Go back, refresh your memory, and you won't have any doubts.
Yeah, if I could just jump in, and as I continue down this rabbit hole, the alternative to if we're wrong is even scarier, because it's not just that we're on a dead chain waiting for SAC funds to rotate. Maybe it's that if there's a bad actor behind us all, they take over Maker and we go down another 80%, and like that's literally what's going to happen if we're not right. So it's like, I choose to believe that Richard has this planned out. I don't believe that a 28-year-old Vietnamese kid essentially took us all hostage, right? And then messaged us while we're on a space live. And you can look at this message. I think it was last week. We were hosting a space. We were looking in the wrong direction. He messages us into the right direction, what he's doing, and saying it's not an exploit. This is completely normal. This is how Maker works. So like, that's when I got back in, because I'm like, oh wait, no, this is a FUD campaign. There's no way that legitimately happened. And I'm not telling anyone to buy. Like, I don't recommend any financial advice, but like, I'm just here to present what I found, and it doesn't make sense why this wouldn't be a thing.
Yeah, if you don't like it, click sell, leave. Go buy one of the other 30,000 coins. I think it's really important, Abs, that very often people ask, why? Why can't we just get told the plan? Why can't we get told the plan? And I have a very good answer. I say, well, maybe the Pulse Chain pioneers identified that if Richard Hart took a 3-year hiatus, he took a holiday for 3 years, they probably identified that a large cohort of weaklings would literally sell and quit crypto because they're not here.
Not sure what happened here. Looks like the space got rugged. The deep state. The deep state. They're flooding our bags. Yeah, let's see what's going on here. In relation to that tweet, for funsies, because I've just been really enjoying like learning about the blockchain and how the blockchain is speech. That the communication that I think it was Royson was talking about. I found that one here. So there's been I built like a script with Claude to scan the blockchain for the wallets, and I think he's talking about. Is it this one? No, not that one. This was on there. This was like someone put this in the artwork, so that's on the blockchain. So huge fan of your work. Join our spaces. Which one was it? Maybe it was this one. So yeah, I think it was this message here. So Mint PDI Unlimited, haha, you guys make me laugh. A fellow MakerDAO's available design, ? Then why is it called mining? Maybe you meant to say minting, I'm not too sure. While in Ethereum, when there is liquidation and no one competes in the auction, I still have profit, like in PulseChain, because the profit I earn is from MakerDAO's time. MakerDAO's time decreasing price auction mechanism. The profit I earn is from me spending 15 million PDI to buy the liquidation amount of CDP, then borrowing it back. Because no one competes in the auction, I can buy it at more preferential price, so I have a profit. Why is it stealing or mining? I accept risks to make profit, which is wrong with me. If I execute address at a price higher than the Oracle price, I still lose somewhere around 4.5 million PDI per loss. So don't be jealous of others and distort the truth like that. It's funny. So this is the communication through the blockchain. So yeah, this was some of the messages back and forth. There's a lot of people asking asking him to send some PDI. And there's lots of there's lots of dicks. There's lots of dicks on the blockchain. It's quite funny. So I have to show this one. So obviously Richard is big PP. We know Richard is big PP. So I don't know if that's actually on the blockchain, but then I mean I've been calling him Scam Long Dong because somebody keeps calling him the Long Dong. And this Silence Wang, there was this tweet here. So one of these, this was a hidden message that I found. So when my scanner went through to scan the first time, I didn't actually find this. it was a hidden, so it was kind of like a hidden one. So then when I scanned it a second time, I changed the script a little bit, and then it revealed this particular one. So maybe it couldn't read something that wasn't in English, but it was reading Vietnamese. So it's quite interesting. So this was like a hidden message. And what's really cool is this actually translates to "you can't hide it." So how interesting is that? So I'd scanned it completely. This wasn't revealed. I scanned it a second time and it was revealed, and it translates to "you can't hide it." So it was like a hidden message, which I thought was very interesting. But when you just Google it, when you just copy and paste that into Google, it's actually the things that pop up is hidden love, because I've been trying to find out if this is a benevolent or malevolent, and I'm getting mixed. So I still don't know what to believe. So that some people from XUSD, my XUSD team, really believe that it's a bad actor, the exploiter, and then obviously the community, the PDAI community, just thinks there's no way. So, but hidden love, and there was also silence Wang, and then this other message that I found from one of the other exploiter wallets was. Hello, sir. How are you? Can I have 50 million PDAI? My troubles on PulseChain never end, and now the price has dropped. Please share the wealth and love. Respect, Mr. Big Penis. So there's four Wangs, 4 doodles that are inscribed on the blockchain now. So it's pretty funny. So let's jump back into it. So it looks like it's starting back up. So the deep state. They don't want to see us shine. Oh, where is it now? Did it get rugged again? Oh, here we go. Hang on, is this the right one?
Yeah, it's probably them. I thought co-host, if I went, then it shouldn't do that. So let's see.
They don't want to see us shine.
No, they don't. They got really annoyed about me blocking them. So. Oh, Sommi. We'll let Sommi in. There we go.
Yeah, I've had to mute a lot of people. I just want everyone as well to know this. I've seen everything in markets, man. The cheaper the price, the more the violence. So like, if you didn't even know the PDAI price chart and you see the violence, I'm like, man, that has to be more than a 90% drop. And if you check it, it's down more than, it would hit 98% down. But also, I feel like a lot of people are throwing stones from a glass house. Like, what's the alternative? Oh, my coin's down 99% in 4 years, but the code works fine. Okay, bro, like, I like your coin too. You know what I mean? I do like it too. I also like this. Like, it's all right. We go our own way. The price figures itself out. There's only one camp, for example, that has a real problem with even that mentality. Man, people take bets. You know, betting on Richard Hart first cycle, by the way, you got the fastest return of all time. You got a 10,000x in like 1 year and 8 months. But you deserve it. You bet on a unicorn guy. A guy came in, got heaps of the supply, didn't dump it, but instead pumped it. What are the chances of that happening? Maybe 1 in 10,000. So you are rewarded if you get these things right. Yes, it is tough. It is very, very tough to always seek these things out. But that's why when you see things playing out in real time, this is what they look like. It's still uncertain, you know. Does Richard Hart, he had 9 passports, or he was selling Viagra, or he's not a real billionaire? Do you know what's funny, friends? You know how we're going through like the liquidity FUD for PDAI? You know, Hex had a liquidity fund thing. It came up like every 6 weeks. I would always see it on the internet where they'll be like, oh, this coin has 5 billion market cap, but only $20 million of liquidity, not even. And it's literally copy paste, more uncertainty. But this is the difference. The difference is you had Richard Hart streaming saying, I'm your friend. Here's a 3-hour stream. Let me answer every doubt you have with confidence and examples. Let me hold your hand. I am Warlord Richard. You are my soldier. That was the philosophy, the vibe back then. Now it's Richard maybe whispering to you from the back of your head saying, this is not your brain going schizo. This is actually me. And then you look behind and it's just the wind. And you're like, oh my gosh, I'm going crazy. Right. So it's totally different. The difficulty's been ramped up significantly. But is it that difficult when you got a price chart that's been going up and to the right? Do you know what I mean? So like there's a balance to these things as well. So that's the controversy. That's why it's a different game now, man. The game's evolving, right? And like we're all enjoying it. That's why the new people as well, a new breed of people are coming in, friends. Who something interesting. I'm sure you'll have this anecdotally. People who were here first cycle from Richard Hart, they're like most of them blinds over the eyes. Everyone new. They come in every time. I'm not joking. Whenever they see this PDI thing, they get the story in like 6 seconds. They're like, oh, I see it. Stablecoin, this thing, $1. Cool. I'm in. And I'm like, bro, do you understand there's like guys like literally wanting to like slash my throat after what I just told you? They're like, oh, yeah, I get it. Whatever. Could work. Could not. It is what it is, right? But it's because they don't have that bias. There's no blasphemy. It's like, how dare you say the founder is keeping something from us? That's their perspective. Everyone wants to know why there's so much controversy. It's the implication that there is an opportunity here, but you're just not told about it, right? Because they will go onto a stream to get all their information. Now there's all these blockchain pioneers, upside down, inflation bugs, all these other things happening. So it is different now. That's why it is different. The story's morphing over time. If anyone else would like to speak.
Yo, Dev, nice to speak with you, Sommi, and Crypto Tech Daz. We appreciate, the community appreciates you hosting this space and having some like heavyweight PDI speakers and representatives on this. So I just want to pass some thanks to that. I just want to ask a question. I think
I did this, so it's a more positive space because I've seen other spaces where it's just argue, and a lot of hate in it. We don't need that on this chain. We have enough on this chain. You know, we need positive speakers. We need people to be positive and show PulseChain we're a positive community and not a hateful community. At the end of the day, if PDI pegs, the whole community benefits. So yeah, I'm not too sure why they're hating us. You would have thought they would be behind us and say, look, we want this to peg. If it pegs, our bags get heavy as well. So yeah, we all benefit, but I just don't understand the hate. But thank you for coming on, Base, and I'll let you speak.
Yeah, no, of course we appreciate the message and definitely understand where you're coming from. So the question I wanted to ask was a different kind of question to all the debates and conversations we're all kind of used to and bored, and we've already kind of picked our sides and whatever. There's probably a question to Sommi and to anyone else who can answer this. Because you said like the implications of PDI, like assuming assuming it's all going to happen, if it does happen, like and the implication it has for bankers, for governments, that the amount of power they're going to be basically giving away to this decentralized system, like this decentralized financial system. Surely these guys are smart enough, these guys do a lot of shady shit. Like they as in your videos you talk about anti-gravity tech or like whatever it may be, or if anyone gets close to infinite energy, they basically get wiped out. And the reason why crypto's here in the first place is because it's not a threat, right? So assuming all of that is true, my question to you is, if they're not paying attention now, right? If these guys aren't paying attention now, when will they start paying attention? Is there any, like you said, they can't really do anything, but I'm sure they can do something, right? They can prevent it pegging. Now, I'm not. It's just kind of like a question. I just wanted to add this interesting information just to conversate because I don't think it's not been mentioned, and it's such a big important point because it's like he doesn't want to get, Richard Hart doesn't want to be associated with this project. No one wants to be associated with this project because obviously he's going to be killed. But will the guys in charge allow it to happen in the first place? So, do you understand my question? Yeah.
Yeah, good question, sir. So let's do some clarifications. Crypto is already targeted by the traditional fiat system. Do you guys know the Uniswap founder, Gaydon Adams? So Gaydon, is the funny part. He invented Uniswap. Okay, Uniswap V1 was around, I think, end of 2018 or 2019. Okay, but once we had the DeFi alt season in August 2020 peak, okay, Gaydon, they started writing articles about him, like, whoa, this thing is revolutionary. Okay, would you believe? Just, I think 6 or 9 months later, I think I forgot which bank, JP Morgan shut down his bank account, right, in 2021 in our bull market. So they literally shut down his bank account. He literally had no bank account. Okay, I don't know how much money he had in there, probably hundreds of millions, who knew, but no warning, no nothing. They literally shut him off. Okay, literally bang. Okay, so you see, it's crazy, right? They shut him off, and then the SEC started coming to them and saying, hey, basically you got to rat out the whole industry. That's when they opened up the books to the SEC. And then when the SEC were done with them, SEC tried to FUD the whole industry and sue Uniswap. Those were the series of events, because I was watching it in real time. Because I was like, oh, Uniswap backstabbed the whole industry because now they're opening up to the SEC. But then the SEC, because they want to FUD the whole industry, like, crap, let's just let go of these guys. Let's just sue them, right? So we are under attack. So we've been under attack, bro. It's 2025 now. That's like 4 years ago. We've been under attack the whole time. So I guess when I'm speaking about why aren't we under attack, I mean, Richard Hart's kryptonite to them, like, is literally, they hate. Look at D-Wank. Guys, D-Wank, Mr. Giga in here in the channel, he said 3 whales approached D-Wank and said, listen, we'll give you money, just support our chain. They said, no, we won't even talk to you. You see what I mean? So this might be an advantage for us because we're seeing, you know, that saying by Gandhi, first they ignore you, then they laugh, then they fight, then you win, right? Well, we're in the just complete ignore part. That's what it is. They're full, complete ignore, you know? When they say laughing, I wonder what that next part's going to be. Maybe laughing is maybe next bear market. It has a bit of a D-peg or something. I don't know what it is, okay? But that's how these things start. So we are 100% confirmed. We're already under attack. And if you're curious, you're like, so a common question I get is, why do they allow Bitcoin and Ethereum? Okay. 1, Bitcoin has no privacy at all. They can see everything. Number 1. And you can't even do anything on it. You can't do anything on it, right? Like North Korea, they just get the Bitcoin and they sell it. There's no Tornado Cash. There's nothing. They can't do anything, okay? But they can do stuff on Ethereum. Now, Ethereum, in the Bitcoin maxis, they joke and they call it WEFeurium, W-E-F-Eurium, as in World Economic Forum Ethereum, because they go there, they hang out, they want to eat the bugs, they drink a lot of soy. Ethereum have a lot of the stable coins. I'm very confident that the government, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, by the way, they do have ICO positions in MetaMask, Consensus, Ethereum. So they're already in. They're literally already in. They've already made the connections. They're just there. And as Ethereum grows, I believe they're very confident with how it works. They know that if there is a privacy solution, they're going to do Vitalik's privacy solution, which is the government can see who you are, but we can't see each other. So the government has full access to go, hey, come and sign this key to prove that, because that's the future of the privacy that Vitalik has basically conceptualized. It's basically government friendly, where it's like a government could get your key and say, okay, we think you're the thief here. Sign this to prove that you are or you aren't. Okay, so that's how I guess privacy works out in the future. Where so basically you just see random numbers on the chain, but they can confirm who those people actually are. I guess it's kind of like Apple with the phone. So the CIA, they have that backdoor pass if they really want to get into your phone, right? But I guess with this, we're like, this is OG cypherpunk stuff. And it literally, that's why if it works, man, I'm not saying it's going to work for us. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, just think bigger, man. It's not, oh, Richard Hart, maybe coin go up. It's not that, dude, okay? The guy's already a billionaire, okay? He's a billionaire. He wants a monument. He's contributing to crypto. He actually likes crypto. You know how you know he likes crypto? Because he bought Bitcoin when it was worth $30 and he lost 95%, he still held. So if you're looking at it from that perspective, remember even Mr. Cash Money said, if you guys are new, watch Richard's streams. He's not a guy where it's like, oh, I wonder what I'm going to eat for lunch tomorrow. He's not really that guy. He's a guy where he's like, okay, in 4.5 years, I'll be doing exactly this. You know, he's that guy with the roadmap, you know. So the probabilities just add up to these things pointing this way, you know. Also, whenever we even speak about this decentralization stablecoin stuff, someone always says, oh, we have a stablecoin. We have a stablecoin. Okay, bro. Firstly, the PulseChain pioneers are not pointing the protocols to it, number one. Number two, your $90 of liquidity, I'm just saying maybe we need something bigger. And maybe this thing is happening. That's why I said there's a lot of maybes and ifs and buts, and it's speculation. And if we had no speculation, the thing would be at $1 already. So yeah, if anyone else wants to ask a question, Mr. KNG.
Sommi, I love you. And the only reason, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you perfect, sir. It's great.
Yep.
All right, awesome. So I'm currently on Delta Airlines, onboarding possibly 100 people as I go down the seats on the plane. First off, props to all of you guys. I love you all. We made it. We are the cult within the cult. Shout out to Crypto for hosting an amazing Sommi. If we were in St. Charbel, Lebanon, we'd be all down. Steven, I love you. Khalid, shout out. And Cash Money, make sure you give RH a big hug from me, because I know your voice for them. I love all you guys. We made it. There's so many things to look forward to that we got. Forgot the swap options. I'm excited for PUSDT to peg the Trinity. I mean, we made ultimate fuzz and we're still here. We are the cult within the cult. I am that BPG hexagon that gave up multiple BTCs and other alts getting into the ecosystem. So anyone who has that hate towards our ecosystems, I do pray for you and I forgive you, because you know what? I am gonna pump your bags. When P-Dye gets to 10 cents, who gets to a quarter, 50 cents. And well, yeah, by the way, we are gonna peg. And I love the community within the community that we have. It is amazing. I love all of you guys. Freedom, you know I love you. William, you know I love you. Royson, welcome. Khalid, everyone. I mean, it gets to the point that I only hope and pray that all our hexagons are united into one, because we are going to take over the decentralized ecosystems that we are blessed to be. You know, in Jesus' name, I love you guys. I'm going to have to sign off on Delta. Hopefully I onboarded 50x plus while I'm in here. They're all looking at me. I really wanted to be part of this stream. I'll be on Rewind. God bless all you guys. Love.
Well, thanks for coming.
Awesome.
Thanks for coming, mate. And it's good to hear from other people as well. I will add people as we go along. Habibi, you're not coming on, mate. We don't want people that dislike us. We're only here for the positive attitude. That's what the chain needs, and we don't need people like you. So, yes, keep quiet. Yeah, so it'd be good to hear from other guys. Cash Money, have you got something?
Crypto Tech?
Yep.
Mr. Crypto Tech, just throw it in here for everyone. Michael Saylor's going on stage yelling for a $13 million Bitcoin. I see plenty of hex people calling for a $5 hex. So you look around there, people calling for $10 Cardanzo, XRP, $40. People have optimistic price targets because they're here just to feel optimistic in crypto, because you just look in the news and everything's negative all the time. So if you're surprised by someone else's target, maybe look at your own coin. What are you here for? A 2x? Okay, bro. Some people just dream bigger and you don't know what the future holds. Like a lot of the people I see who are like really bearish and like just have a dystopian view on everything. Well, here's the thing, bro. I've been watching you for 4 years and you've been wrong about like every month of the past 4 years. So like the more bearish people like you are, good. I'm feeling more bullish personally. So this industry is chaotic and volatile as hell. Everybody's guessing. No one knows what the future holds. all we can do is go off the past, and the past is a common theme. Okay, big FUD dips are really uncertain and scary. If you do end up making it through to the other side, maybe there's a pot of gold. There's a lot of maybes and ifs and stuff out here. So there's no guarantees out here. And it's literally everything's, we know cryptos, everything's tribal. It's just football teams. It goes, oh, why do you like your football team when I was born into my one? Like, we get it, okay? But people are coming in new. I think what's most fascinating with PDI is everyone has a story. It's literally new people. Their Telegram is going up as the price went down. I'm not joking. I haven't seen that in like 4 or 5 years, okay? The Telegram's actually going up as the price goes down. Every other coin, things get destroyed on that. So boosting on those positives, I think we can continue. Dazzy, you can continue now, sir.
Yeah, so it'd be good to hear some of the new speakers. Master, I think he's been waiting for quite a long time. So he, yeah, well, if you've got a question.
Hello, everybody. Can you all hear me?
Awesome. We can, sir. Yep. Very good. Continue.
Thank you. And love you guys and everything that you're doing. I wanted to bring up a few points just from the outside. There seems to be 3 types of people yelling really loud. So the first group is the people that sold their core coins at like an 80% loss just to get in on something that seemed very certain, PDI, to go to $1, and they were all wanting it to go to $1 like tomorrow. So then it ended up diving another 90%. So you've got really loud people who are at like a massive loss, yelling that this thing is a scam and just latching onto any bias that they possibly can. And of course, we know that just like Trump's got his own, he's got like controlled opposition in there, people pretending to be his friend, people pretending to be our friend in PulseChain too, just max FUDding and whether they're even invested or not. Richard's got his own things, especially if people who are in the know are bad actors, understand this whole scenario that Sommi's been digging into for the last, bit here. Yeah, they're going to be trying to FUD this whole thing. So this whole thing is the speculation that this thing Richard's done, which has never been done before, copying all these coins over. Yeah, there's speculation that stables might peg to $1. So you decide your risk and then you just let it play. Forget all the technicals. And I love what Sommi's doing. You're right deep into there getting all the things. But for me as a trader, I've already decided my risk. So you just pull the trigger and whatever happens, happens. Speaking of Sommi, when we were at about 2 cents on PDI, right before we tapped 3, you had predicted this, and I've been trying to get a hold of you and tell you this for weeks. You said before we hit 10 cents that we were going to have a big doom drop, and Richard was going to start FUDding it, and it was going to do exactly this.
You're right. I did say that, and then it happened, and even I was in disbelief.
Dude, I got goosebumps right now. I got literal goosebumps right now because you literally projected this whole thing based on.
So, before that, yeah. This is the funny part. At 1 cent, I said, guys, when it's at 3 cents, they will be saying, don't touch this shit. It's only 30x to $1. Then it happened. I was watching Matty Allen's stream. They went around the table. They go, who buys this shit? It's only 30x to $1. I was like, what the hell is going on? So predicting these narratives in the future, it was just, that's what blew our minds. Please continue to. That's what was just so funny.
Yeah, man, you're spot on, dude. So another little piece that's been missing out of the puzzle that nobody's talking about is the vote to use the SAC funds to peg PDI. The community already voted, and same with that wallet address, the Milady thing. Do you remember that?
I do, sir. Yeah, with all these uncertainties in the votes. Yeah, and it's crypto, man. Even if people are right or wrong about stuff, we all know. Can you even really believe anything? Like, can you even trust the news? The price figures it all out as well. So this on-chain stuff, I hope everyone just has everyone knows you have to appreciate how volatile and chaotic. But Richard Hart came out and did 33 tweets saying,
I know, you're so spot on.
You know what I mean? Like, So
yeah.
we're all navigating that together, you know?
Yeah. So those are the main points I wanted to bring up. And thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate you guys, and, you know, keep swinging, Sommi.
Thank you, sirs. Moving on to someone else. So yeah, on that topic as well. So all this stuff that happens, friends, you got to remember, man, like the blockchain's your friend, but it can also be your enemy because you have a source of information. When you keep going towards it, you become like, it's like the rhythm of your heartbeat now. It's like, okay, if a token gets bought or sold or sent around, you basically become a slave to it. But like, man, friends, just give you an example, okay? Most people don't even know this. Most people think when they see a big sell wall that everything's like going to get crushed to zero. But what they don't know is at the bottom of bear markets and capitulations, you have the biggest sell walls. That means everybody's ready to puke. They've left their limit order. They just want to be absorbed and get out. That's actually what happened at the bottom of Bitcoin at 15 to 17K. We had the largest OTC limit sell orders just sitting there, and people were reporting on it like, oh, the price is never going to go up. And I'm trying to talk to the two people still left. I'm like, dude, when people leave these big on-chain walls, it's because they've given up so much. They just leave it there and they've walked away. They've literally just given up on like assessing the market, right? So that's just one example of how looking at too much information, man, can make you buckle because you miss out stuff. By the way, like if you go back to the earlier days, what information were you looking at with the highest returns on Bitcoin, Ethereum, SHIB, XRP, Doge? Literally, Cardano, bro. Cardano didn't even have smart contracts enabled until it hit 100 billion market cap. So, like, you gotta. I hope everyone knows, right? This whole investing thing or joining a city early, you're literally speculating from day one. You don't have all the information. Okay, you got to get comfortable with it. You can never truly feel nice about it, but you got to understand, like, oh, there's 15,000 things I don't know right now, same as everybody else. But that's all you need, bro. If you can figure out, okay, maybe the thing's not going to zero, that's all you need. That's literally all you need at that point. So, like where we are right now, if PDI's price is at 1 or 2 cents, there's going to be another new FUD narrative. I guarantee you. It's just going to move on, just like every other thing out here. So, yeah, once again, friends, like navigating uncertainty and volatility, it's one thing to look at the chart, man. It's another entirely thing, I'm sure we all know, to actually live through it. Because every single time, it's a new narrative. It gets right into your head. Oh, this one's different. This one's bad. I've never seen this before, you know? But that'd be funny. We can never see another PDI thing like this ever again, right? Imagine a founder. 100%. Imagine Justin Sun tries to flood his own coin and he tries to do this in the next cycle. Do you know what I mean? So, but they won't get the returns like we do. So yeah, anyone else want to continue, or you can continue, sir?
Yeah, so I just want to mention that Habibi and Almighty, you can request and join all you want, but you're not coming on. You're not getting the attention from us. You crave attention, which is quite pathetic, but we're just here to be positive in this space, and we don't want any haters. So you can keep going on and request. Nothing. You're not coming on. There's no point. You debate a load of rubbish. You talk a load of rubbish. You don't know what you're talking about. So yeah, there's no point in having you on. So yeah. So
for everyone else out there, I kindly invite them. You can click sell and leave. You can literally click sell. Richard Hart made a decentralized exchange. No one can stop you from selling. You are free to sell. You are free to leave. You are free to walk away and go give your mind share to something else out here. No one's forcing anyone to be here. All of these things are just stories and narratives. The price chart is going to dictate everything. Buyers and sellers in the market is very efficient at pricing this stuff over time. So I welcome everyone who has that. I've never told a single person to buy either. So if you think this is a load of crap, move on, bro. In fact, if you're really that confident, find someone's PDI to borrow off them, okay, and pay them an interest rate. You'll get leverage short on it if you're really convicted on it going down. People actually out there do it, like Light Crypto and people out here do that. So remember, friends, no one's forcing anyone to be here. And I've also noticed during any mildly bullish type of discussion, Bitcoin, Ethereum, everything, whenever anyone's saying bullish, someone on the other side comes, oh, you just want to sell in everyone. You're going to sell in a 2x. They say, oh, you're just using everyone for exit liquidity, blah, blah, blah. Okay, bro, this markets and cycles are going to move with or without this Twitter Spaces and all of us. I can promise you that. Okay, so none of us really matter. The market price figures all of it out itself. We're just doing this. It's kind of like an ode to the community, because I did 4 debates in 5 days. We went through this. It always starts the same way, finishes the same way. Team A is going to stay long. Team B is going to stay sidelined and hope it goes to 0. And then you just roll the next monthly candle, and then the debates start all over again. So hope we all make ourselves clear on that. If anyone else wants to take the stage, please.
Well, I just want to remind people there's a really good stream with Crypto Wendy where Richard's on there, and he's pretty much talking about, here's what I want to do. At some point, we're going to have a stable coin. I want to cut out like an economic zone. And people usually laugh at him because they're like, oh, you're kidding. Like, that's insane. But this guy is legitimately serious about an economic zone for his people, basically. And so if you consider like, oh, PulseChain's down, this exploiter's basically got us in a chokehold, everything's ruined, we have nothing going on here, then yeah, like that's the narrative you're going to run with. And I think you're wrong. There's no way he doesn't have part of this planned out. There's no way nothing bigger is happening here.
Good comments there. Or another way to think about it as well is, instead of saying there's no way, you think, okay, market's pricing in 0.2% of that, of a PulseChain pioneer being an operator, 0.2%. And you're probably saying, you know what, man, I don't think it's 0.2. You know, even if you think it's 2%, that's a 10x away. that's how capitulated we are right now. So everyone, you're watching basically all of us just process and digest this stuff in real time. I know everyone's going to be looking for certainty, which you don't get here, man. And guys, you literally remember these Twitter spaces. If the price is up higher in 60 to 90 days, we're going to reference back this.
Yeah, I'm just going to refresh. I don't know what's going on here. It looks like I'll just have to rejoin it. It's still here, so let's give it a try.
Yeah. So who's got their hands up? Ask your question, and who to?
Us and 120 trillion PLSX. You guys got to ask yourself that. MakerDAO, Maker, is a tool to get the X's on the chain. And there's only one reason why. He needs all them bags, right? To back the collateral, right? That's the only reason. So ask yourself that when you have questions in your mind, and that will answer everything for you.
Wonderful, sir. We have 2 people with their hands up, or someone else want to continue?
Hello. Hello. Yo, hey everyone. Hello. It's Shaunus here. I just wanted to pop on and say a couple of things real quick. You guys are an awesome community. It's good to be part of the community. I just want to say something about markets in general. Looks like we're facing some shitty times in the greater markets, and crypto is the extreme end of the risk appetite of the market. And I believe that if we're going to be seeing a peaking of PDI and a pumping of the whole PulseChain ecosystem, we probably want to keep an eye on the greater markets. And I would assume that Richard is going to want to time this to coincide with when markets have got some money printing going on through the reverse repo market. And we're going to see a lot of extra capital that's going to saturate the stock market, and then there'll be an overflow in the risk appetite into crypto. And that's probably going to look more like a realistic time frame for when we're going to see the peaking of PDI and all that. I just can't see Richard and or his team. Well, it's not even Richard, sorry. It's unknown people. It's the PDI pioneers, PulseChain pioneers. They're probably going to do it at a time when market conditions are bullish and favorable. I don't see them doing it right now when everyone's shitting themselves. Anyone want to say if they agree with me or if what I'm saying makes sense?
Yeah, 100%.
so.
I will say that there's nothing tying
continue.
Richard to PDI. So like I've looked everywhere. Pro PDI, anti PDI, nothing ties Richard to it. So just to get that cleared. But yeah, you're right. I think the people, if they're smart, they're going to look at overall conditions. I think the FUD waves have came. I think we're going to get some information soon, like Sommi thinks, like the auctions are going to hit. Something else is going to progress, right? And it's just going to be very coincidental.
Do you want to know what's spooky, guys? I'm here 18 hours a day, okay? This is the most spooky. We're all in like PulseChain, the cult, there's timing, there's Richard Hart and stuff. But what I find, honestly, this is spooky as shit, okay? Our narratives of FUD are running concurrent to other ecosystems on other chains with other founders, different philosophies. It's the same stuff. And I'm looking at them. There's phantom, there's different yield problems on this. Gaming is flopping. I'm getting rugged on all my ICOs and everything. So I'm looking at it, I'm like, whoa, different sectors, different people, different applications. The same cloud, I call the cyclical force that's raining. It's raining on all of us at the same time. And that's why I'm like, man, that's because I look at it. I'm like, man, I bet all those people who are like selling gaming tokens now, or like in Arbitrum, or like in some other random Ethereum layer 2, like I bet they think this time is different too, right? Just like us, because everyone thinks it's really, really, really unique. So that's the catch-22 with markets, man. So in crypto, if you don't want to deal with the FUD, there's a coin called BTC, BlackRock BTC. You can buy it. Your dips are like 20, 30%, but you ain't going to get your life-changing gain, okay? In our world here, you get the upside, but you can also get killed, literally get killed. And there's another catch is there's no free lunch. If you're sitting and paying attention, which you have to, you absorb the most terrifying nightmare FUD. Right? Literally, he came out. He literally said, "Stop buying. I hate you, stupid." Like he was literally like he just ripped the Band-Aid off. But now you've gone through it. You're like, okay, the next FUD's gonna have to be something different. Okay, maybe I have to make some numbers move up and down. So it always evolves over time, right? It really does. And you never really feel like you conquered it. It's just that with long enough time, you're basically just richer. It is what it is. Like, oh, my portfolio went from 100 million down to 10 million, you know, which hurts, but it ain't your $60 going down to $6, right? So I want everyone to know all these other chains, all these other coins out there, they have the same stuff. It's the same FUD, okay? It's literally one for one. It's just that the story's different. The character's different. But obviously, we're the most gate-kept, man. We're so gate-kept, the wank gate-kept us, bro. You wouldn't even view our portfolios. Could you spit on us even more? That is like gate-kept cubed, not even squared anymore. Gate-kept cubed, right? Guys, MEXC, that was bad enough. When MEXC said, oh my God, when I heard MEXC delisted us because of trading volume, bro, I literally, guys, go to MEXC, go to the bottom of the page. They have coins that are doing $6 of volume a day. $6. Just random, rugged, like Chinese Doja Elon with a bucket on its head, $6 of volume. I don't know how they got there, right? So they give you every single fake narrative in the world. I'm telling you, I feel like, you know what? Maybe God's just throwing this at us. Maybe that's the silver lining. Maybe for this whole story to play out, we got to be gatekept. Maybe that's how it has to be. Maybe if Richard Hart was the most loved man in crypto, we wouldn't be able to do this at all. Maybe it would never work. So this is like almost like, you know, that yin and yang stuff. The universe throws us this. So that's how I'm seeing it. It's optimistic, right? If Richard Hart was as loved as maybe the other big KOLs out there. There'd be too many people in there. The story couldn't work, right? You get all the cheats in, they buy up too much supply. So it is what it is.
I think Amish has got a question.
Hey guys, yeah, let me start by saying, Sommi, you are the funniest, most entertaining man on PulseChain, man. I love you. I don't agree with everything you say, all of your views, but you are so entertaining. I appreciate you, and I'm glad you're on PulseChain's side. Khalid, I like you too, man. Yeah. So my question is, I have for a short while now been seeing people talk about the flop auctions. 9iron and some other guys were posting about, oh, the flop auctions are about to start in 1 to 2 days, and that was weeks ago. I'm wondering, can somebody tell me definitively when they will start, and then is there any way to know how long after the flop auction will PDAI peg?
There's really no definitive answers. So like what I've found is you're either in the belief that there's a good actor or a bad actor, and that the minter, I guess the middle ground is the minter wasn't part of the plan, and there was this good actor behind it. But either camp you're in, there's nothing we can do as a community, even if we wanted to all go bid on this. The good actor or bad actor, whoever it is, has full control. So unless we pass a spell and pass it with Ethereum keymaker votes, we really just have to wait and see if this exploiter is going to let the auctions happen. And then at that point, I think we move to stage 2.
Sir, with Royson, what Royson just said very eloquently, there is like 18 pieces of FUD arguments just in this little sentence alone. So this is the most explosive thing of all. Yeah, we don't have all the answers. It depends what you think. Do you think? So like, guys, this is how far we've gone, okay? Eric Wall, in his capitulation essay, wrote, look, it was going to work and Richard was going to succeed, but he's fat and it failed. So like we have every single possible imaginable FUD. We've had everything's going to plan, and then we even have everything was going to plan. Vietnamese kids' dong is way too big. Then there's people saying it was going to plan. They turned malicious halfway. Then there's no plan. It's literally every single thing. That's why the mindshare is so big. Everyone's got an opinion. Yeah, literally everyone's got an opinion, which is funny, man. No one's got, like, find me another coin in crypto everyone's got an opinion on. Like, that they want to have an opinion on this. Like, they want to call you stupid, or they want to say, oh, you're blind because you don't see. So that next auction, I also want to tell you, personally, guys, I did 4 debates in 5 days. Guess when Richard's tweet started? While I was talking every single time. It's almost like you say, guess what? I want to see how Sommi reacts if I just start loading all the FUD. And they even read that. They even read some of the FUD live. I think it was Matty Allen's show. And I was watching it. I'm thinking, that's what I'm thinking, man.
Isn't
I'm
that
like,
weird?
you're not going to get to it. Yeah, so I think as well, if too many weak hands start buying based off the auction's going good, the auction's going bad, I think that can be manipulated, and then someone screws with us. Okay, so I like staying in the dark. I like that no one knows shit, and I like there's a lot of opinions so that we don't get weak hand cheats in. Okay, it's for the faithful believers, by the way. That's how I'm seeing it. Also,
and
got
beauty,
PTSD.
just to add real quick, the beauty is just hold PulseChain core coins, and you're going to win. Because if we're right, you're going to win exponentially. So if you don't want to take the risk, I totally understand. Just hold Pulse Hex, Pulse, whatever, and you don't have to be super risky.
Yeah, exactly. They all get dragged up. But as well, if you are holding PDAI, you for Pulse to go up, you believe Richard Hart's a unicorn and the chain's going to go up. Okay, so but if you're holding PDAI, you understand. So not only do you need the unicorn to perform, you need the unicorn to come out flying on a skateboard and do like some donuts in the air. So you need, like, you're taking double the risk. But that's why, bro. That's why, as Mr. Cash Money said, it's 500x to $1. So there's a reason why it's 500x to $1. You need all the traffic lights to turn green and the unicorn to come out in skateboard. Okay, but that's why if you're in core coins, we're all in core coins, right? But if you're just in them, your play is you go, okay, I don't know Richard's plan. I don't even want to look. I just know whatever it ends up being, we end up benefiting, right? So that's pretty much what it is. There's more risk, but there is more upside. You got to play with your portfolio. Some people say, hey, I don't believe in this lottery ticket at all. And then we just go back to that same back and forth, okay? But I'm just telling everyone, I'm just warning you, have a plan, in case this thing is 1 cent in the next 90 days. Just have a plan. Because like when in the midst of all the FUD, I was just telling people, look, man, it could be at 0 right now. It could literally be at 0 and it hasn't updated on my trading view. I just said, but if it's 1 cent or it starts going away from 0, have a plan so you don't probably end up being one of the, I guess, FOMO top buyers who are going to FUD us in the next bear dip, and we're going to have to do another Twitter Spaces. Maybe it goes to 20 cents, back down to 5, and there's a whole new round of FUD out here, okay? So that's pretty much it, man, because, like, that's what it comes down to, fans. Like, if people, this is why catching the falling spoon, it was worth it to me. Because everyone's saying it's gone to 0. They go, it's literally gone to 0. I go, wait a minute. It stopped. It's all gone to 0. Okay, a day, another day, another day, another day. You see what I mean? When everyone's just calling for something to go down 20% lower, what's your edge? Because people are just gambling at that point. But when people are saying it's going to 0, it's actually dead, okay? Think about the difference between a hospital patient on the bed. Their heart's either beating or it's not beating. You know what I mean? Like, it's that life and death. And when everyone's calling for death, you know everyone's sold. Everyone. There's literally no one left except people who think the patient is still alive. Mr. Daz, you want to talk, sir?
Yeah. So we've got lots of people that want to come on and ask questions.
You can take notes if you need to.
And if you can move down, that'd be great. Oliver is the next person that wants to ask a question. What's your question and who to?
Well, hi guys. Great to meet you all. And I'm here just to make a question. I've been observing the community for a while. And this is a genuine question to understand. I mean, I'm here because I'm unbiased, so I should listen to all sides. And the main question is, if the idea is to have a stablecoin, which is not involved in the foundation, the TradFi business, like USDCs with BlackRock, USDTs involved with Gold, why to choose a protocol that have developers involved from other chain that can influence this protocol, instead of using something like Liquidity in Ethereum, which is XUSD? It's an algorithm stablecoin that has been around for 3 years, working fine. Why to use PDAI instead of something that is already well tested for 3 years, just because it's a PulseChain?
Good question, sir. Your question is actually $1 million question, because there's only one man who can answer that. His name's Richard. And I'm afraid if he gave the answer to, you're asking such a critical question, it's a matter of now, do you need the answer or do you just believe it's happening? So yeah, no, once again, more uncertainty. It's a great question though. So why do this? Why not the others? We all just guess, but also...
Didn't Richard Bard already manifested his point about that?
It is, but then we're looking at the PulseChain pioneers. They're saying something different. Once again, matter of faith, totally matter of faith. These obscure random wallets building stuff on chain, are they related or not? That's why, sir, that's why it's a hot topic. I know every time we go through the logic part, it ends up splitting, you know. If the price was still down 99.99% and it was down for 2 or 3 years, we don't have a Twitter Spaces. We don't. It's dead. But it's not, man. It's up. It's at 1.8 cents. That's up 10,000x from the bottom. So we're just seeing, man, something is clearly happening. There's a reason for this. We don't know all the reasons. There's a puzzle piece connecting every day. We don't see all of them, but we know they're connecting. What's going on here? So that's ultimately what it is. There are big buyers. They're buying this thing up over time. They have been in the past. We don't know if it's going to continue. There's believers that are in here as well. Yeah, so I hope that kind of explains it, right? So ultimately, see, some people looking at the price chart and they go, totally random, now it's dead. And other people looking at it and they go, oh, maybe there's a reason we did this.
Yeah,
maybe there's a reason for the inflation. Yeah.
I'm just going to share a very specific opinion. With the energy and the finance part that you guys have as a community, which is 14 1,000 people listening to not this one, but the previous one, podcast on PDAI, you guys have way too much power to just, let's say, create a funding for a new project that is legitimately forked from Ethereum and start with huge yield, because the game here, I mean, I've been 11 years chasing the trade. I came into Bitcoin in 2015 because, well, searching for stuff outside, working to proprietary trading firms, one hedge fund. But guys, games. I mean, look, I don't want to say anything more than that, but my suggestion is unite your community, fund a new protocol where you guys know who are you guys working with, make it open source with the money that you all have, which seems it is a lot, and create the legitimate PulseChain coin instead of a fork from Ethereum that people that's in Ethereum created, right? This coin that you guys created, with the energy that you guys have as a community, you have use case, which is the network usage. With the network usage, you guys can earn fees on that. And over the long run, it's way better because, I mean, understand that PDAI, that there is all these possible players behind it. But the target that you guys are all aiming is $1 and nothing beyond that. You know, so the risk is not like it's just buying and holding a coin, because buying and holding a coin can go to zero, but it can go to infinity. With PDAI, it can go to not zero, because nothing in an automatic market can go to zero unless there is a negative expectancy, which is inflation forever, or something like that. But unite as a community, create something that is native on chain. People will earn yield on it by borrowing, by using. And then over the long run, that you guys have to reap way more rewards than just speculating that a good actor is behind it when the founder already manifested his ideas. It can be a maleficent actor because we know that good Machiavellics player, they do good for a long period of time in small pieces of good, and then they hit the bad thing really hard once, and then we start the cycle. This is how you build people in the market. You cut them by 1,000 pieces of paper. So take care, use the energy that you guys have.
Everyone understands. So, good question. Why don't these 7,103 people in the Telegram, okay, I think if we were to go make another coin, the OA would probably have a less than 1% chance of ever touching it. That's just me. That's the person, my guess, okay? I think smart contract address that ends with D0F, which has a soft peg of PUSDC and PDAI, which was minted 2 days before the launch, which was conveniently timed to snapshot a day after the MakerDAO thing, which bottomed out at 555,555x to $1, which was also the first logo on the PulseX website. I think that smart contract address, which ends with D0F, the PDAI, I think that has a greater than 1% chance of the OA eventually backing it and having some Fugazi to do something to push it up. That's what I think. Now, because the price is 0.2 cents right now, and I think there's a 1% chance at least, I still think PDI is undervalued by at least 5x. Okay, so we have Matty Allen doing a sacrifice. I think it's have over $400,000 or $500,000 put in. We have even Richard Hart himself. He made, if you want to buy a ticker DAI, go for your life on the JPEG, the pump tires. You can buy the JPEG die. If you like liquid loans or any of the other coin protocols with stable coins, everyone is free to go and do all as you please. Me, I'm just guessing that the OA is going to look at all of those other tickers that don't end in D0F, and he's going to give a middle finger and go, you ain't touching this sacrifice of 170,000 ETH. That's just me. So, okay, so everyone's going to make their decision, what we're seeing in real time. That's personally why I'm not going to go make another coin with a PDAI. I guess market's kind of deciding as it is right now, right? If anyone else wants to add or we can go to another question, feel free.
It's bank, right? Like we want to make interest and we don't want to have to bridge off. We want something we can trust and we can run with a MakerDAO as a community and have votes. And I think someday the token will be distributed where the community helps run it, and then it's completely decentralized. And I don't know how it's going to get there, but I think it's making steps. So that's why we like PDI.
Yeah, so I had another question. Let's operate from a place of faith and assume there is a benevolent actor behind all this who may potentially peg PDI to $1. If that's the case, does that individual or entity need anything from the community? Like, do they need the community to provide liquidity? Do they need the community to buy or sell or do certain transactions or anything? Do they need anything from us?
Sir, what a beautiful question. The answer is no, but it's no with an asterisk. If you are going to make a decentralized stablecoin, remember all stablecoins, even if they're backed by $1 in the bank account, they rely on faith, okay? You must have faithful believers. So if I was to make a Hollywood movie where I am the dictator warlord and I wanted to see who loves my castle and my country the most, I would probably line up 1,000 of my soldiers and I would tell them, hey, this land sucks. I'm leaving tomorrow, and see what they do. You know? So then you would see, right? If you went and spoke to 1,000 people, you are this big king warlord, okay? Some people will say, you know what? I don't really like this land anyway. I'm just here for you. And they follow you out of the kingdom. Some people, though, they go, you know what? I like it here. The apple trees are nice. The weather's cool. I like the water over there in the lake as well. You know, so if you run this metaphor, maybe Richard Hart's done that. He's literally gone to his Twitter and he says, stupid coin, stupid middleman, stupid. You're all dumb. Infinite minting inflation bug. He's done like the ultimate test. It's like, okay, if you're literally holding at this point, there's something wrong with you, but you believe. You might believe in dog shit, but there's something wrong with you. That's how I'm interpreting all of this playing out. Okay. Obviously, it'd be nice to ask him, but I guess we don't get that grace, right? So I guess it would ruin everything. But yeah, that's how I interpret this out. So if you run this scenario in your head, you go, how do I make people stay in a system when I need them to hold the coins? Okay, I got to literally, it's shaking them out, shaking out the weak hands, you know? And that's ultimately what it is out here. But it's your perspective, you know? Optimistic people say, shake out the weak hands. Other people say, sunk cost fallacy. Other people say, it's clear, you're losing money, go buy government bonds, you know? So once again, we get that bull versus bear case. We don't get that full clarity. You never will. But like, we all know what we're here for, the price chart, right? In my mind, man, I don't need to go to $1. Okay, at 1 cent, I'm getting naked. 1 cent, like that's a far away from zero, isn't it? So that's what I'm telling everyone. Pay attention there. That's all I'm saying. At 1 cent, there'll be a new narrative, people speaking again, and then we have this conversation all over again. Then they go, guess what? It's not even 1,000x anymore. It's just 100x to $1. So that'll be fun. Next question, sirs, as well. What a great question.
I think Cash Money's got he wants to speak.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the minnow in the room, you know, the bloodsucker. So a lot of people, you know, they pay sub fees, and they pay sub fees to brainless people who don't even know about crypto. And those people that are sucking these sub fees are not even injecting it back into our system. they're taking it out of the system and they're going and living a lavish lifestyle on your dime when you don't even need their information because they don't even have information. Anybody can tell you, hey, buy Teddy, buy PDAI. Of course, when it's at the super lows, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. But when you're giving these people money and you're fueling these people, they're taking your money and they're going and living a lavish lifestyle on your dime. And they're not contributing anything to the community. They're sucking, and that money that you were paying to these bloodsuckers could be injected into our chain for you to hold PLS and hold cores and buy more PDAI. You don't need brainless people telling you what to do with your money. And then when they do go on live stream, they don't want to even give you their opinion about PDAI because of legal issues. And what kind of legal issues are we talking about? Somebody talking FUD, the oracle's broken. Okay, show us the code. If the oracle was broken, it would be off by a factor of 88.8 million to 1. We know that is not the case. You got wizards fucking trying to cast spells. Listen, man, nothing is broken. Everybody needs to just hold on and just wait for the king to just do what he wants to do when he wants to do it. Not me, not you. Nobody can tell you when it's going to happen. But all roads point to what is going on the chain. And if you follow what's going on the chain, and you don't listen to people that don't know what they're talking about, you're going to come out better than paying these people who don't know what they're talking about. As everybody's seeing, we know who I'm talking about, brainless. Admin keys, 9 centimeters admin keys. This is a guy you're paying money to, giving advice. You want advice, bro? Don't pay these people money. Just invest in PLS, support RH, support what he built. If you think the code is bad, then reinvest it $2 billion into something that is bad. That is just an impossibility. So guys, keep your money, stop paying bloodsuckers, and reinvest into the ecosystem and stop fueling their garbage, please, guys. Okay? Thank you.
So my last quick question is, if it doesn't need anything from us to peg PDAI to $1, at the very least, wouldn't it be beneficial if whoever is providing liquidity in PDAI would remove it so that the person minting would have less liquidity to extract and bridge off of the chain? Wouldn't that be a rational thing to do at the least?
Yeah, I think Sommi's he's just coming back on. His mic will something happens. He's not here now, so
there we go. So there we go. Sorry, what did that gentleman say quickly?
I was just asking that if this entity doesn't need anything from us, then wouldn't it be beneficial at the very least that the community remove whatever liquidity they are providing with PDAI so that whoever is minting would have less liquidity to pull from and bridge out of the PulseChain ecosystem with?
Good question. I mean, everyone's free to do it. Everyone's free to do it. I mean, like, we're just all participants in it. Hey, everyone, pull your liquidity. Like, I guess Richard, like, this is the thing. I feel Richard's playing a game, bro. He's telling everyone to do it. He has all the weight. Like, this is the most funny part. People who are not in PDAI, or they got like $6 worth, they want to see it zero. They're looking at the liquidity going like, oh, you retardios are keeping the bid there. I'm like, no, bro. The founder of the chain said this thing has an infinite minting inflation bug. He said it's dog shit with some question marks. He told everybody to pull, okay? Because you see people still there, guess what, man? I don't think there's nothing you can tell them. There's literally nothing you can tell them at that point. We've told them we don't know what's going on, okay? They're literally still there. So we can't control that stuff. It's part of this. The game is tough because you're trying to talk to people with instructions, but people can just have counter actions. Maybe how do we know it's not just his liquidity left? You know what I mean? So, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, these people are still happy to sit there, but like, I guess, look, if they're really going to lose money, it is what it is. They're sitting there, I guess, losing money. But we've done all we can. At this point, it's just a show. It's like just press play on the movie and see what happens next. You know what I mean? Like, does anybody give any probability to, in the next 30, 60, or 90 days, Richard Hart making a tweet that says, weird, one of these Oracle things seems to be working? Like, just something like that at some point. Like, everyone's given that 0% chance. And I'm just remember these Twitter spaces, man. Maybe we get there. And I've literally got my tinfoil hat going like, well, you know? So I guess it's all just playing out to it. It's literally just all playing out. What can we possibly do from here? Nothing, but it's a washout. You know the purpose of a washout is? It's like, let me throw 1,000 things in your head to see if I can get you to click, sell, and leave. I guess if you're still here, you know, the tsunami's already hit. So that's pretty much how I say. If anyone has another perspective, look, if you want people to pull the liquidity, go get a YouTube channel, start making your videos every day. Everybody pull your PDI. Pull this, go. See how effective you are. Okay, that'll be a fun experiment. If anyone wants to go and tweet about it and yell about it all day, that'll be fun.
Yeah, and if you guys want to like experience what we experienced when Richard started funding the whole project, go watch The Game. It's like a 1997 movie, and you'll feel exactly as we did. And I think it will answer some of your questions as to what's going on. It's also a great movie, so definitely check it out.
Great points. I actually just really wanted to add something quickly to the previous question about, you know, whether the community will need to do something post-peg. And that's actually really interesting because I don't think the community needs to do anything, but it's peculiar that Spark Finance launched literally just a couple of days before Pulse was forked, which actually will offer incentives for people to contribute and, you know, stake their DAI and earn interest. So it's basically incentives to participate in the system and support the peg. And, you know, for those of you who don't know, one of our own Hexonaut, who is a Hex OG, is one of the lead devs in SparkFi, and sacrificed funds before switching into ETH, first converted into SDAI, which is part of Spark Finance. So clearly the OA trusted to convert several $100 million into Spark Finance prior to converting into ETH. And I believe that also the quote unquote exploiter at one point also converted the PDAI into SDAI before then converting it into EDAI. So I do think that there's something going on there with the whole Spark Finance thing. But yeah, I appreciate everyone's thoughts here. There are a lot of great points. I just wanted to quickly expand on some of them. So, you know, 75% of the PDAI supply was minted after Pulse launched in 2023. Since Richard started tweeting, not even 1.5% to 2% of that was minted.
So real number. Tell them the real number. It was 300%. It went from 6 to 24 billion. If that was fun,
exactly
300% inflation. You 3x. You're like, wow, inflation. And look, we're still higher. Continue, sir.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like logically thinking, like as someone who's watched every Richard Hart stream, seen everything that he's posted, he wouldn't miss that. And even if like some people argue that, okay, well, he had this like legal stuff going on, other things going on. Okay, well, his 14 plus genius devs supposedly wouldn't miss that. Shane, Brett, 3 commas, Eric, all those guys.
And so he deleted Rabbi wallet off the Hex website in 6 seconds when they rugged us. Literally 6 seconds. He was like on so fast. He did that like yesterday or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. And I know you reported on it in August. And there were also numerous reports in early July that there was some like a hat that took over Maker. And it seems almost impossible to me that no one on the Pulse team would have noticed that at any point, right? And then in addition to that, you know, we have a benevolent hat that ended the inflation bug, which proved that obviously someone's in control here. Again, not a word from anyone. PUSDC pegs to PDAI in I think it was September last year. Not a word from anyone. The near bridges were fixed I think around the same time, November, December last year. Not a word from anyone. And all of this happened before PDAI, I think, was even half a cent. So like there was very little risk at that time to come publicly and just like end it there, right? Assuming that someone knew about it, which I think is, it sounds like would be highly likely. So all of this happened before PDAI was even half a cent and not a word. So what actually happened? Richard posted charts of PDAI. So supposedly he's feeding the exploiters with exit liquidity, right? PulseX had updates late last year. Do you remember the stable swap updates, which specifically mentioned pegged assets? Okay, the stable swap I think is originally from PancakeSwap, and it never mentions pegged assets in any of the documentation. It only mentions stable coins. So that was a specific verbiage that was added to stable swap and its implementation in PulseX. And that was, again, around the same September, October timeframe last year, right? So PDAI continues to go up. It became the best performing asset on the chain. Not a word from Richard, not a word from any of the PulseChain team. It sucked mind share, it sucked liquidity from the chain, not a word. So when did all of the FUD start, right? Think about this. The maker system went from a surplus to a deficit on a Friday a few weeks ago. 9iron had reported on it. And then literally that Monday is when everything started, right? There was FUD that someone started minting. Maria went schizo. He doesn't know what MakerDAO is supposedly. There's someone that robbed guns from his parents' house, right? Then Richard started tweeting. Again, Richard apparently was late to all this, right? Well, everyone was reporting on it for weeks. And then suddenly Richard starts reporting on it. Brett, one of the lead devs, he starts tweeting about it. And then you really think someone that brags about flawless operation, someone that even brags about his website being up all the time, you think he's going to post 30 times about an exploit on his chain? You think he's going to post memes about it and make fun about it? That's not Richard, right? I mean, I think all of us in here should probably know that by now. And all of this started happening all in the same week. Again, 2 years after 75% of the supply was already minted, right? Barely any of what's been minted in the past couple weeks even compares to that. So, let alone the fact that, well, really, coins really aren't even being minted, right? The total VAT supply has been around 26 billion the whole time, right? PulseScan only shows circulating supply, not the total supply in the system. So yeah, all this FUD started in a very coordinated manner at this very specific time. And then lastly, I just want to bring this one point home from a specific tweet that Richard made. So this is from about a week ago. He says, no matter how much PDAI you had at the fork, you can't really sell that much percentage-wise, right? So all these like PDAI haters, all the FUDsters, one of their main points is that, well, can't the ETH whales just come and dump on us? Like, how does that make any sense? Well, Richard clearly says in this tweet, no matter how much PDAI you had at the fork, you can't really sell that much percentage-wise. And then he goes on to say, the only people that can really nuke the price super hard are those that exploited already, right? Listen to that, are those that exploited already. So I think most of us in this room have an idea that, maybe the exploiter really is someone benevolent, right? So if you take this tweet into that context, the only people that can really nuke the price super hard are the, benevolent, like potentially benevolent people behind this, right? So I think that tweet is really, really telling, and something that, we should look towards. And yeah, I mean, like stable coins are most of the volume in crypto, right? More than Ethereum, more than Bitcoin, more than anything in crypto. And I mean, there are a lot of mysteries here, and it's definitely worth looking into and spending some time if you're still on the fence.
Yeah, that initial supply is a really great point, just because it's one of the things that I like to bring to very anti-PDAI people. I'm like, okay, well, why is the price here? So if it's not Richard, if it's another actor behind it, Richard comes out, he says to sell it. If it's a bad actor, they would have sold. They would have been selling this 10 billion down, decimating the price chart. Whenever it comes back up, whenever we give it liquidity again, they'd sell it again. So like that doesn't add up. And then another thing that I don't know if you noticed, but when the exploiter sent us the message, we were live on Spaces, and he pointed us in the right direction. So like these are very odd things for a Vietnamese dude in his underwear at 4 a.m. his time to be doing.
If y'all done talking, I want to slide something else in there.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, I appreciate Sommi, DJ Khalid, or excuse me, Khalid on Crypto now, co-assistant Steven, and Cash Money. I appreciate all y'all for your all your points and views on crypto. But I don't really have a question, but just a just a few things to say. For all the people that's been hating, one thing that I've noticed that always works on them, I tell them, if you're so confident, sell your PDOT bags. They always go quiet or never respond to a message again. They know something's up. Just
so
like
in my
Sommi
Telegram,
said,
I literally just messaged a guy right now 6 seconds ago. Sell it. So I literally 6 seconds ago, right? And just right now, as you're talking, I literally just said that mine link. I go, bro, just sell it. What's wrong, bro? If you don't like it, click sell. But why are you crying that other people are still long, bro? You're still crying and crying. Like, other people want to be long something. Get over it. People bought JPEGs for $100 in 2021. They went to 400 grand. Some JPEGs are worth zero now. But I'm just, you know what I mean? Please continue, sir. But like, it's Marcus, bro.
yeah, I appreciate that. And also another thing that you had said, Sommi, you saw Richard when he was down at his lowest on one of those videos, and you pointed out that even though he looked lethargic, out of it, he never skipped a beat. One thing that I've learned is when you see somebody that doesn't miss, bet on them. I mean, yeah, you might get it wrong, but the thing is, the only people that care about that are the PDOT haters. They have to be right. They have to be the most seen. Even in our own personal Twitter space now, X space, here they come. Oh, we want to talk some more. We've been talking all week, all last week. Let's talk again. See me, follow me, subscribe to me. I need more subscriber income. And it's the same guys that are wrong every time about everything else. Like, bro, take a hint. This isn't high school. You can't come bully us with your opinion. Take your facts, move how you want to move. I mean, that's
Great
just how I
words,
feel
sir.
about it.
Great words. And to add to that as well, guys, we don't at this point, I'm reflecting for everyone, okay? I don't even need it to go to $1, dude. The amount of receipts that are out there, dude, you better pray it doesn't go to 1 cent. I don't even care about $1, just 1 cent, just literally 1 cent. And we're trying to help you. Like, honestly, wouldn't it feel like, let's say this thing does end up working, wouldn't you feel a bit bad if like people from outside of the chain bridged in and they're like, oh, this is obvious, and they get in and then other people couldn't, you know? So I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying like, it would be like, it would hurt because like, man, you were here the whole time. You had people yelling. We have doxed people, literally doxed faces, bro. Where do you get that? You know, Satoshi wasn't even doxed. Do you know what I mean? Like it's every advantage you could possibly get besides Richard whispering in your ear. If it's playing out, it's right here. That's what we're saying. And guess right. You don't have to wait long enough. Like, all I'm saying is, bro, like, yeah, it could be at 0 tomorrow, but it could be at 1 cent in the next 30 to 60 days. So if it gets to 1 cent, just look in the mirror and go, weird. It's meant to be at 0, but it's not. And then just go find out why. I guarantee there's going to be more FUD. They'll say it's not at 0 because Ethereum went up, liquidity bonding, Richard stopped FUDding it, so people thought it's okay to buy. It'll be a total spin. It's bulls versus bears all over again. That's all I'm saying, but just have a plan, because I know there are a lot of people waiting. If it hits 1 cent again, they're like, you know what? Okay, I'm on again. That's I'm just trying to help people to see the different perspectives, because everyone who's long, but we're not calling everyone else stupid. Like, okay, you guys want to donate to Matty Allen's PDAI, go do it. If you want to go buy Richard Hart's JPEG DAI that he minted on pump tires, go do it. If you want to go make another stablecoin with the liquidity in the back, go do it, man. We're literally telling everyone to go do it. It's just, I've seen these anonymous PulseChain pioneers. They look like they really want this thing to work. They've been building on it for 2 years. They're running over PulseChain RECURSIVE, PulseChain Maker, PulseChain Beta DAO, PulseChain Balancer. They've pegged PUSDC and PDAI. It's kind of like just throwing you so many signals, And I'm looking at it, I go, you know what, bro? I don't know the plan, but you guys really want this to happen. I like the bet. I like the bet, you know? The contract address ends in D0F. When they all start pointing to something else, I'll be interested in that other thing personally, you know? But I'm happy to fall on the sword, man. So, Mr. Royson, would you like to add something? Thank you very much
Khalid,
for that commentary. So awesome.
Yeah, thank you. Khalid, go ahead. I'll go after you.
Yeah, just adding on to that, I just feel like we're in this phase of PulseChain where Richard Hart, he literally gave INC effectively 4+ Bitcoin halvenings, disincentivizing people from providing liquidity. We saw the total V1 liquidity go from $500 million being top 5, chain by TVL down to like 50 million. And I think we're seeing exactly the same thing with PDI right now. These FUD tweets that we see from Richard Hart, I generally feel like he does want to disincentivize people from providing liquidity, which has actually been working. Why? I do feel like he only wants the believers to hold, whatever the actual, if he's behind or whatever. But it does feel like that PDI now is actually harder to buy. So the people who have their moon bags are actually the winners. So we are in that phase in terms of post-peg. What's going to be the incentivization? We got Spark Protocol, the DAI savings rate, PulseX V1 farms coming back again. We saw PWBC and EWBTC. We saw Richard Hart mention the pairing up the ETH with the PRC counterparts and the other stuff. So I just feel like we're in that phase where, because we have lower liquidity, which is basically like a weight factor, the volatility of PulseChain requires less capital for it to go up, which is equally for it to go down. And it's pretty cool to see this. And just one final thing, I just want to say that if you're not in a cult in crypto, you're doing it wrong. Okay? And to have a cult, you need to have culture. You can't spell culture without cult. And to have culture, you need to have a community. Guys, I want to tell you that we represent PulseChain with a cult within the cult with a contrarian play. Okay? So it just feels great to be here.
Yeah, 100%. And like, this is bigger than just like, oh, I want this token to go up in price. It's like, oh shit, this will benefit me and my family for generations. This is exactly what Richard preaches. It fits perfectly into PulseChain. Just another slot, just like PulseX, there's no middleman, burns the token. Everything is decentralized, everything is self-governed. Run it yourself, run it on your own computer, all that. And if we're wrong, like, it's not just the exploiters going to continue to drain us, right? It's that a bad actor is going to take control and PulseChain's going a lot lower. So like, it's really just like, do you believe in Richard Hart or not? And I don't doubt that Richard is going to do something, and some grand plan is at play here.
As well, to add on that, we just went through the first cycle of Richard Hart coin. Did it hold up in a bear market? No. Okay. We can all say it still ain't holding up. It's been 4 years. Okay. Maybe he's figured something out and he's like, oh, that's how I'm thinking, by the way. If you don't like a click sell, no crying in the casino. I reckon he's looking at it like, oh, there's no way to protect in a bear market with a risk on asset, period. I've got to solve for the stable coins. I'm imagining myself as Richard. He's on top of the sandwich shop in Finland. He's eating his sandwiches. He's got a sick-ass chicken kebab, tomato mayonnaise, and he's thinking, how do I get people to stay in a bear market? Okay, what do people hold? Stable coins. If I fix the stable coin part and they earn yield, I guess, from a little MakerDAO thing, the SDAI, you are literally on your way there. That's how I'm seeing it. And now, honestly, I didn't guess that. I reverse engineered it. I see PDI's price going up. You guys keep sharing every 15 seconds. He's going MakerDAO, PulseChain, MakerDAO. Just going through my head, I'm like, dude, he was thinking about this 4 years ago. That's how I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking like, hey, crypto, unfortunately, man, when we have a bear market, it's literally a nuclear winter, man. It's genocide. So it makes sense. He's like, oh, I guess I'll solve for the stablecoin. That's how I see it. So that's how I see it. Mr. Royson, just to add to you, that's why it is bigger. That's what Mr. Royson said. It's bigger than just that. That could be where it is. And all the other decentralization and stuff out here, you got to remember, man, when you hear this stuff, friends, it gets you excited. But like, just look at it purely. Imagine you're a marketing director and you're trying to tell people that a business has hired you, something has a unique product market fit. It has edge. There's literally nothing like that, yeah? Now, when you're unique, it could be shit, it can go to zero, or it could be the other way, man. You know what I mean? Like if you've got new music, maybe your music just sounds like, you know, just someone banging their head on the wooden table, but it could be really cool and new. We think it's cool. We think what Richard's built is cool. And we're like, I could just imagine, man, imagine me yelling, I'm on Crypto Banter Show, and I'm calling them cucks because they're holding Tether and they're earning no yield. I can imagine myself saying that. I go, you're literally holding a blacklist function stablecoin. It's not actually yours. They can literally delete you in 2 seconds. You know what I mean? Like the only coin in crypto that you can't say that to would be this imaginary figment, Fugazi PDI, if it ended up going to $1. Like it would be a golden unicorn if it works out. So that's what you're in crypto to do. The dream big, maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't. You know, so maybe this story takes more twists later on, right? If anyone else wants to speak, please feel free, or even Mr. Royson, continue.
No, I'm good. Let's cycle some speakers in.
Baby
I
dog.
have one last. Oh, I'm sorry.
Baby dog.
Yeah, David, you want to go?
Oh, no, I got nothing to say. I just want to say what's up to everybody. Yeah.
What's up, man?
Don't see Sommi on here much, so it's good to see him, you know, actually vibing with the community, you know, no matter what's going on. I got my own theories about PDI to $1. If it happens, great. I got a little bag. I'm not going to shit on it. I'm minting NFTs. I'm doing all sorts of shit. I'm all over the place having fun. That's all that matters to me.
It's good to have you on the space, mate, and thank you for listening. And yeah, it's why can't people be more like you know? And instead of hating it, and just if it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. So
yeah,
fair enough.
That's kind of what we've been doing the last couple of years, at least. My subcult of a cult of a cult of a cult. You know, we just create shit and keep doing things. We're just filling time, right? And might as well do that with cool shit. And don't get me wrong, we love to fucking shit talk, right? That's a lot of fun too. But some people just can't take that for just being shit talk. You know, there's no crying in the casino.
Davey, were you here? Was everyone here? Who remembers, I think, January 8th, 2024, okay? I had just concluded from reading an essay from my friend Corey Costa, Corey Spaghetti Meatballs, about why PulseChain's dog shit, okay? Literally, January 8th, I think it was that week, Richard Hart makes a tweet going, fuck the SEC, I'm going to fight them, and I'm pumping bags. And the OA bought the bags. We had one green weekly candle. I promise you. I went to the gym. I come back, first thing on my Twitter feed, there is the longest, fattest essay from Richard Hart, from Corey. He goes, I want to publicly apologize to Richard Hart. I kneel on my knees. I am so sorry for what I said. I couldn't believe it. It was literally within like 60 minutes. Like it just went from, okay, we're dead. Okay, no one's back on. It was that fast. It was literally that fast. Also, funny enough, I think it was like a few days ago, he goes, fuck you guys, I'm taking time off again. So I'm just saying, guys, this monthly candle stuff, it's real, man. It's literally real. You kill each other on red candles, green candles come, and then like, wait a minute, we're on the same team. And then you start. Yeah, so it really is like that. But you got to respect the people, even if they're talking shit. You later on, you'll go, oh, at least they stayed. You know, it makes it hard, but that's something to think about, right? That's like, you know, diamonds are made under pressure. So please continue if you'd like to.
Yeah, maybe we can all like, because I've gone through a lot of my lists that I had blocked people, because now blocking is stupid, right? Like, look, a lot of quote unquote influencers, KOLs, OGs, you know, spitting facts to them, you know, aggressively sometimes over the bear market will get you blocked. And I buy a lot of them, but there's a lot of good shit that they put out that I can at least share just for the algorithm or give them a like. But, you know, friends of friends, I'm seeing it on my timeline. I can't help out, right? I can't add my little 2-bit like or nothing like that. So it's like, even if I hated you before, unless you're just a complete fucking douchebag, right? Like, I'm unblocking people. And I think everybody else should do that. You know?
Awesome,
Just
Davey, can we just interrupt?
If you're on my
we
team.
just interrupt. There might be some big news. We're seeing a FUD. We might be witnessing right now a PDI FUD, which I predicted. So I don't know if it's real. Coexistent Stephen has tweeted an old Origin address wallet sacrificed for Matty Allen's PDI. 2 days ago, you all watched my video. I said if the OA buys into any other PDI or sacrifices or anything, I'm going to consider it PsyOps because all those PulseChain pioneers are not pointing to that address. So this will be amazing if this is true. I just wanted to interrupt this. I've just seen the tweet if this is real. And the OA, rumored old OA, has sacrificed for Matty's the new PDI. So please continue, sir.
No, I got nothing compared to that. What?
Every time we're on a space, this guy comes out or someone comes out.
This is like number 7. I got crazy. Guys, you want PDI to go down so you can buy it? Just get me on a Spaces. I swear, he's literally watching. He's like, you know what? I'm going to screw these guys. But this is the one I guessed. You know, this one, a lot of people got really angry with me because I said, if I see the OA buying another PDI, that's PsyOps to me. And they really got upset because they go, oh, you're a lunatic now. But then I answered, I go, no, bro, how does that undo 2 years of building out the chain and all of the addresses pointing to PDI with D0F? Make 15,000 JPEG tickets. By the way, Richard Hart already made a PDI, another JPEG guy out here. So it's beautiful to see this in real time, friends, because it's literally like, it's like this journey. He's like, how bad do you want it, man? You really want this thing to go to $1? Well, I'm going to buy this coin. I'm going to call it shit. I'm going to say infinite minting. There's a Vietnamese kid. Look how big his dong is. It's like every single thing to shake out every single non-believer. If you are like not in this 100%, you're off. You're off. I don't blame you. But like, that's what I'm saying, bro. Just in case, maybe it's 1 cent. It's 1 cent in the next 2 to 3 months. Reevaluate your thesis. Please continue, man. Maybe we can get someone to verify.
Sorry,
just man, that'd be so
Steven, do you want
yeah, let's
come up real quick?
Yeah, just quickly, I'll try and verify that. I saw that on April Fool's Day so Sonny's Pub tracks a lot of these wallets, and it was an OA connected wallet. That's what we were talking about in the chat. So I'll go back and I'll try and find that in the chat, and I'll see if I can post a link. So yeah, that was on April Fool's. So just to clarify, it's not something that happened just now.
Thank you, sir.
Beyond, and then Absinthe, do you want to?
Jesus.
Hey, can you guys hear?
I would literally send it to 0 in 1.
Yeah, we can hear
you. But hey, I appreciate you guys bringing an open-minded energy to the ecosystem. It's already such a siloed community. It really sucks to hear how divisive people have become. Just to admit my bad bias. Yes, I'm speculating on PDI. I've been speculating on Richard Hart's ecosystem since before Big Payday, and I speculate on a lot of different cryptos since 2017. So I'm not all into RH, but I do look at this from a speculator's perspective, and from having been around for a while, the reality is, to answer what that guy was asking earlier, why PDI? Hex has been around, and for people outside of the RH community, it's boring. They don't appreciate it. It's not like all of a sudden you're going to get a bunch of people from other ecosystems to just start buying Hex. PulseX is just another DEX. Sure, it's got buy and burn, but you know, Avalanche. There's DEXs on all sorts of chains. There are incentive reward tokens on all sorts of chains. There's nothing fresh and new. When you look at PDI, what makes that different than just launching another stable? You're talking about opening up the floodgates to one of the largest ecosystems, Ethereum. All the DAI holders would now all of a sudden find that they've got tens of thousands. They have so much money in an airdrop waiting for them. It would open the floodgates to a siloed community, and it would be one of the biggest stories in cryptocurrency ever, really. I mean, for something like that to be accomplished. And of course, like what you guys were saying earlier, it would be a carrying on forward the MakerDAO decentralized stablecoin before they flipped the script and became centralized. But PDAI pegging to $1 is more than just having an in-house stablecoin. It's actually creating a value to be appreciated outside the ecosystem, and that itself would be huge. Not just PDAI valuation pumping up other RH tokens, but it's really,
can add to that too, and I'll let you finish as well. So I think on top of what you're saying is like when that, let's say it pegs, right? That's huge news already. The news is going to get to these people and they're like, oh wait, shit, I had that dumb airdrop he had. I'm going to bridge over my 5 Bitcoin. Let's pair it up. I'm going to add liquidity and make free fees because Ink is pumping. Ink is $100 a token. Sorry, my radio's on. And they're like, oh shit, I can make $1,000 a month just fucking sitting here. So now you have a ton of liquidity pumping up all these parity coins or the P copies and potentially bringing them to parity. So like this vicious cycle of PDAI pegging brings all of that money and vampire attacks Ethereum, which is exactly what we talked about when PulseChain launched. So like that's the end game right there. It's right in front of us.
100%. And look, I'm a speculator. I look at all probabilities. Richard Hart could be a scammer. He could be incompetent. He could be a genius. I mean, my bias, I've been watching his videos back in the day when he actually hated Ethereum and thought Ethereum was junk. And then he flipped and said, oh, you know what? I can see that Ethereum has more value than Bitcoin because of these smart contracts and other stuff it can do. And Richard Hart never once charged people for his knowledge. He provided hours and hours of invaluable information, kind of like the way Sommi does the same thing. I really dig your vibes, brother, from a market perspective. I appreciate the humor, but also the wisdom and the market maturity that I don't know if everyone appreciates it, but you've got some very valuable insights. That being said, my bet, anyone who's in this ecosystem is betting on Richard Hart being that brilliant guy that understands so much about blockchain that he can educate you on it. That's the play. If it turns out that he's not that guy and the thing goes, PDAI goes to zero, the ecosystem goes stagnant and all suffers for years and years, it is what it is. Like I said, I'm diversified, but being in RH ecosystem is a bet on Richard being very, very competent and calculated and knowing more than any of us do when it comes to.
Yeah, I don't know if you cut out.
He knows more about.
You're wrecked.
Yeah, I'm in a truck driving to Amarillo, so I don't know if it's getting through, but I just want to jump on and try to add a little value for anybody else listening out there that's wondering. This is really a play on Richard Hart not being incompetent or not being malicious, but actually having a plan to bring in value to his whole ecosystem in ways that launching another DEX, launching an aggregator, launching those things would not have near the impact as having an actual airdrop worth thousands and thousands of dollars to individual holders on Ethereum on top of what it would do for the ecosystem. So I'll mute myself and let other people talk.
Yeah, a great point, man.
Well, the rest of the builders are building. They're gonna do this regardless, but you know, couple fucking green candles to make you realize, you know, keep going, whether it be mentally or financially to spend that much time and energy is nice. At some point, you've got to make this trend line not look like complete dog shit.
You're right, sir. Also, I mean, like, you know, guys, trust me, like, have I ever held back anything? No. Like, I want to stand up and say, you know what? It's this reason A, B, and C. But then I look at Ethereum's chart and I'm like, what school bus were you committing a crime on? How are you down 74% against Bitcoin in 4 years? They have burning. They have real world assets. They got more stable coins. They got a spot ETF. They literally, dude, how is this happening? Look, business ISM cycle, these wider cyclical forces. I know we don't want to hear them, but it's the truth, man. There's a big cloud. It's just raining over everyone. That's literally what's been happening. And then we're in individual coins and communities, and then we're like, oh, it's this guy's fault, and then this guy's dumping, and like it actually isn't, friends. Like I don't know why this happens. I watch 10 communities, and I'm like, oh crap, they all have a unique fund. Oh, the founder's rugging here, the founder's getting a like every single is a different story every single time. And then what's more spooky too, when things go up, shit just starts happening. I bet like Richard Hart gets taken off Interpol, and then like Brad Garlic Breath has like a dinner with, I don't know, Donald Trump again. Just all this stuff randomly just starts happening together. We're all really in sync. That's what everyone really needs to know. So when you're going through this uncertainty and stuff out here, it's literally everyone. Everyone's in that same thing. But there's a difference. Some people click sell, some people click buy or hold. That's literally the only difference. We all go through that same emotion. The only way around it is you like leave. Problem though is, like, there are people, you got DCA wages in, you know what I mean? If you leave, you don't get the DCA buy. You can't compound your position. So there's no free lunch. So that's why everyone understands that there's a risk and reward with all of these things. Just, it would be nice if like we all felt good when we're together. Like, oh, can someone just tell us it's all going to be okay? Like, that's the thing. Unfortunately, we'll never get that. So yeah, if anyone else wants to ask a question, feel free. Even speak in general.
Let's hear from Freedom.
What's up, everybody?
Sorry, boys. Sorry to interrupt, Freedom. I just wanted to clarify the OA. That information was incorrect, so I just need to clarify that. Sorry, boys. Keep going, Freedom. What's going on,
Richard,
brother?
if you're listening, that's a pretty good fun idea. If you want to throw it out, you know what I mean?
Let me just say this.
Don't get my ideas, please.
Apparently, people have said Freedom's British, but we know he's not.
No, I'm definitely not British. If you know
on
my bio, I'm
if you know the joke, what I'm going on about.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to share my words of encouragement. I wanted to share why, like, I love PDAI, why I love PulseChain, why I love the P copies, and maybe like just share from my own perspective, my own life, my own eyes. I'm trying to pull up a tweet right now from Richard. Let me just give me 1 second. Let me pull it up. I had it on the page, but okay. So this is one of the things from Richard that really inspired me about PulseChain. It really got me excited about PDAI, the P copies, and this blockchain. It's a tweet from November 26, 2023. And, I personally don't see any other founder that speaks like this. And these words like really resonate with me and who I am. He said, there is evil out there that hates your freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of contract, freedom of movement, freedom of thought. Censors are an active, persistent threat and have been for thousands of years, which is why the Constitution has a First Amendment. It's too bad for the censors that you can't stop an idea whose time has come. And that really resonates with me as an American, as somebody who loves freedom, somebody who my faith is a Christian. Okay, so when he uses that word evil, it reminds me of a verse that says, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places." And why that resonates to me with PulseChain is because I personally see PulseChain as like a cypherpunk's masterpiece in the making, right? To me, it's not just another chain. It's not just something that pumps and dumps and That is not glory to me. When I hear the word glory, I see PulseChain as like a cypherpunk masterpiece. Whether you're holding PulseX that continually buys and burns, right? Or if you're monetizing your time through Hex, or even with PDAI, right? You run the code yourself. You run these websites yourself. I know not everybody does, but when I load up PulseX, when I pop that exe into my terminal, I see 127.0.0.1.3691 in my browser. And I know that I'm connected to the server and I'm running my own code, and no one can stop me from running that code. And it's kind of like the same idea with PDAI, with the stablecoin that can't be stopped, right? The co-founder of MakerDAO was killed over this idea, right? Like we all know that. And we even see in places like Europe where they're trying to stop you from using DAI because DAI is not MiCA compliant. And even in the United States, how much I guess liberation there is, you could say, in new crypto regulation. On the flip side of that, there's a lot more regulation when it comes to what stable coins are. So I see PulseChain as this unbreakable, unshakable cypherpunk masterpiece. I hope to see like privacy pools on PulseChain. I think there was rumors that there was people working on privacy pools on PulseChain. I hope to see more things like I know you can use Tornado Cash on PulseChain. There's a P copy version of Tornado Cash. When I use PulseX, it's like when I use my own downloaded copy of PulseX, it's like back when I used to be a Bitcoin maxi, and when you make a transaction with Bitcoin, you can use what's called a cold card, and a cold card allows you to it's a hardware wallet that allows you to make transactions offline. You can create a transaction offline with the SD card and then broadcast it to the network. And stuff like that really resonates with me with PulseChain and with PDAI. And so when you talk about glory, right? Like, what is glory? Like, is glory just creating something that goes up with the bull market and something that goes down with the bear market? Or is like glory leaving a lasting legacy? And when I look at the word glory, I think back to my faith, right? I think back to Christ. What is glory? And to me, when I see glory, it's like Christ dying for the whole world, right? Christ dying for everybody's sins. And no matter what you've done or where you've been, there's love and forgiveness for you. So I know it sounds kind of weird relating that to crypto, but when I see the P copies, right? We talk about stuff like DAI going to parity and WBTC going to parity, and the P copies having value. That's where I see glory in is and a lasting legacy is everybody in crypto being blessed. It doesn't matter if you were a friend or a foe, right? You are going to be blessed by PulseChain.
Yeah. Very wise comments. I think you touched on something I think is very important for everyone. So Ricardo Corazon, Greg the Duck, Richard Hart, he has a philosophy. He likes decentralization, right? He likes, okay, with Hex, he has a print. With Hex, he likes the principle of, I think Mr. Grandpa, got to mute Grandpa. Okay, muted. Yeah. So Richard likes the idea, if you're in Hex, right? He likes the idea where you mint your own inflation. See what I mean? That's good. What about PulseChain, running your own validators? That's another thing. What about PulseX? Well, PulseX, you don't actually need to do anything, but you can trade any token you want, right? No one can stop you. And if you hold the token, it automatically buys and burns. No one can stop you owning your share of the casino. So I guess if you were to do an extension of that, maybe having fun with incentive token, nobody can stop you from buying the greenest logo in crypto. But also PDI, right? The way MakerDAO works is you mint your own $1 coin. You do it yourself. You deposit, right, using crypto. No one can stop you. You deposit coins in a vault. It allows you to mint the coins yourself. So that might be the next frontier, the next extension, which is what we're all speculating on. It really is true to his ethos, right? Where that's like his decentralization vision. It's also no secret as well. Richard loves Uniswap. I remember Mr. Funding Jim Gary would always speak about Richard likes the idea that Uniswap is its own oracle. Okay, you don't need to reference the outside world anymore. You have a price that trades on the DEX. That's the price oracle, whatever it says on there. Okay, it's amazing, friends, because like if you want a stable coin now, you got to call up Tether. You go, hey, I've got $60, and they go, okay, give us your $60. We are the middleman. I'm going to put it in a bank account, or you put it here, and then we will mint you. We'll do the minting of the coin for you. Right? See how that's totally different. Richard doesn't like that. He's like, I don't like it. You do the minting for me. That sounds like a scam, right? You can always stop that. So it is similar to the path. If you're looking for glory, as Mr. Freedom said, which is like, okay, you're a multi-billionaire. It depends how many layer 2 chains are. There's like 80 something chains. Everyone's done everything out here. So if this plays out and there's the privacy pools things we're all hoping for, and the PDI thing plays out, like you're watching a movie, it's very, very, very consistent with everything he's been speaking about from day one. Very consistent. So that's something we can all agree on. It's obviously the execution of the strategy. Now that's where the discrepancy part is. So if anyone else would like to speak up or ask a question, please feel free.
Yeah. So when you look past like the Gucci tracksuit and the twerking, right? Like the funny stuff, right? You really study what Richard Hart is all about. You see decentralization, you see privacy, you see individual sovereignty, and you see prosperity. And that all happens on the blockchain. And I don't see any other founder that talks about freedom and liberty the way that he does, right? And blockchain, and in that tweet, he referenced blockchain being like your First Amendment. Well, it is. Blockchain is speech, right? So you speak through transactions, which are like actions. You can speak through text through transactions, or like I sent tokens to one of the exploiter wallets, and I made the tokens a sentence. So like blockchain is speech, right? But the value behind it is like your Second Amendment, right? The value behind it is like what protects that speech. So like in the Constitution, your Second Amendment, your right to bear arms, protects your First Amendment. It's the same thing on the blockchain, where the value that you have protects the speech that you have. The value that you have gives you the sovereignty to transact anywhere in the world. And I really feel that PDI, this whole idea of PDI, it fits right into this whole ethos of decentralization, censorship resistance, privacy, And I'm really excited to see what's next in the story. I'm just a believer, right? I'm a speculator. I've been around since PDAI was $35 a million. I got in really early. I'm a very, I guess, idealistic person. I love ideas and beliefs. I'm not an expert at reading the blockchain or coding, but personally, in my heart, I feel that we're on the right direction to something very glorious, something that is, I guess, bigger than us, an idea that's bigger than us. And I really believe Richard is thinking about the whole world, right? He's not just thinking about X or this community. He's thinking about the whole world, from Baton Rouge to Beijing to Bhutan, right? He's thinking about what's going on in the whole world and how to change the whole world through this blockchain. And I think PDAI, this decentralized stablecoin that can't be stopped, that nobody can stop, is part of that. Whether he's a part of it or not, right? There's that old video from before PulseChain launched. He said, he got word over the phone that there is a guy who said they're going to build a MakerDAO replacement so they can have DAI on PulseChain, right? So that's really interesting, and I think we're seeing that now. And I don't think anybody has the answer of how it's all going to come to fruition, but I don't think this story and idea is replicable again. The network effect, it's like a Satoshi-esque network effect, and I don't think it's replicable again. And I'm excited to see what's next, and I know a lot of other people are too. Yeah.
Awesome, sirs. Yeah. If everyone's curious at home, we use these words like decentralization and these cypherpunks and stuff out here. So basically, friends, this is like, it's just the law of how the game works. If you want higher market caps, you want more money to come into your asset, you have to sell your soul. Bitcoiners, they sold their soul. They sold their soul to BlackRock. Now I guess they're allowed to go up to like 1 to 10 trillion market cap. I mean, it's already at almost 2, right? So that was the first thing, okay? Ethereum, eating bugs, definitely sold their souls. That's why the real world assets are on there. They have $55 to $60 billion of stable coins. There's 120 total in crypto. 50% of it's just on Ethereum. And even like Vitalik kind of like leading the tech wave, saying, hey, let's do privacy, but it's privacy where if a government asks you for a key, you sign it, no one else can see it, but the government can kind of prove who you are and stuff out here. So they're kind of like friendly to have these back doors and stuff out here, right? Even with MakerDAO, now they are Skynet. I ended up checking out some research. I was wondering, why did they start drinking soy? Why did they sip on a lot of soy lattes and move to USDS? And in a nutshell, pretty much DAI's market cap, I don't know how much it is, maybe 6 to 10 billion. Well, they want 100 billion. To get 100 billion for it, they had to sell their soul. So they went and they spoke to all the big funds and institutions, and they basically said, look, based off our laws, the only way we'll ever participate in your soy currency is that you make it a soy currency and you have the blacklist function. So that's why when they made Skynet, which is the new MakerDAO, and they have the USD soy, they're very sneaky what they've done. They've added it as an option to be voted on. And surprise, surprise, the biggest guys and the leaders are just going to vote it in, right? So that's actually what's happening. So they're getting to this giant, enormous market cap. It is what it is. But you leave out the little guys. So they're all selling their souls. Now, I don't know how this story is going to be in 10, 20, 30 years, okay? But right now, contextually, it's very useful. Contextually, interesting. Everyone sold their souls. We are doing something different. I wonder if there's a product market fit in crypto for people who want to be a part of this. That's what I'm really thinking about, because when there's no competition, no one else is thinking about this, right? That's why I don't use the word visionary lightly. Richard Hart really is a visionary. Like, you could see this narrative 4 years ago, bro. 4 years ago. So, like I said, it's still a gamble. We don't know. But That's why this thing's bigger than everything, friends. Because like everyone else has sold their soul and we haven't. And then it's not like the upside. It's not just a little bit. Like if this thing works, dude, it's literally life-changing. It's literally life-changing, capital letters, bold, size 72 font, as much as it is. And then that's like phase 1, by the way. Phase 2, good luck to trying to sell Pulse, PulseX, Hex, and Ink down here because they're going to fly to the moon as well if that all happens, okay? So we don't know if it's all going to happen, friends. Remember, you're in a Twitter spaces of a cult, within a cult, on a cult chain. The founders wanted by Interpol. 90% of crypto think he's literally dead. The other 9%, they know he's here, but they say he's just scamming from on top of the sandwich shop. You understand how contrarian this is. So if we end up battling out of here, this will be huge. This will be literally the biggest thing in crypto, right? Like, because already see us just yelling on crypto banter. Like, we told you. But that was first cycle Hex as well. We tried to save you. It's kind of like a funny meme. So I hope everyone's like contextually, everyone's understanding, like, it ain't just another JPEG coin, you know, like, hey, this is a picture of a dog and it's pretty cute. Guess what, man? They can go pretty far. But that's why I want you to know this story is different. Like we've got 50,000 JPEG and meme coins and stuff at you, right? They don't have this. No one. Justin Sun doesn't have this. No one has this, guy. No one even thinks this is possible. You understand, like, if this works, that's why the return's so big. So when people say, oh, well, you just think it's going to go up 500x to $1, I go, no, man, like the odds of people seeing this before, it's 0. The odds that people give it survival is 0. So if it works out, that's why the return's huge. You've never seen it before. A unicorn's appeared. Product market fit is perfect. The alleged founder who was holding your hand just literally did a 33 tweet FUD and rugged you, literally Twitter rugged you. So you understand me? This is the context of everything going on here. And look, you don't have to wait long. I guess we'll just revisit in 30, 60, or 90 days and you'll see where the price is. That's why I'm saying, man, like, if the price is 1 cent and it ain't 0 in the next 1 or 2 months, have a look at the story again. Do your own research. Think about the PulseChain pioneers. Anyone else want to continue? Please feel free.
Yeah, we had a few hands. So yeah, who wants to?
Yeah, Absinthe, I think you've been waiting a bit, and then someone else.
I just wanted to.
thanks,
I just wanted to say one last thing real quick because I have to go. Just wanted to say much love to all you guys. Thank you for letting me speak for a few minutes. I try to speak from my heart, and I really believe that we are the rebel chain. We're the freedom chain, and it's like the 1776 chain, right? It's like we forked off of a nation, and now we're trying to start our own nation again, and it's very exciting. And maybe that'll change one day, right? Maybe there's gonna be like a PulseChain ETF with BlackRock or something someday, but for right now, it's really awesome to be a part of what I call the next DeFi revolution, right? It's not right. This revolution is not televised. It's being broadcasted on chain, and that chain is PulseChain. So much love to you all. My wife has got a dinner for me, so I got to go. So God bless. Stay safe. Keep your head held high because there's good times coming, right? The bad times don't last forever. The uncertain times don't last forever. And there's a lot of good glory coming. There's a lot of good things coming. So we just got to keep battling it out. So much love. Freedom.
Awesome, friends. Also, I think it's interesting. No matter what we do with the positive Twitter spaces for PDI, the price doesn't go up. I just find that interesting. No matter what we do, price doesn't move. Richard tweets once, farts down 80%. So you know where the power is, right? So for everyone sitting there going, why don't you go tell everybody to pull the liquidity? Okay, if you want to sell it, sell. If I pull liquidity, pull it. We're watching this thing play out in real time, very magical. We can continue now to the next person, please.
G'day, gents. How are we?
Hello, sir. Let's go.
Alrighty. So I wanted to come up and shed some light on some of the narratives and just to clear a few of the things up that, look, I've had the pleasure of spending a lot of time with the community over the last couple of weeks since all the FUD sort of started. I spent lots of time with people with all sorts of different views and had a good time doing it. There was a strong mix of just having a good time, talking some smack and having some serious conversation with a lot of those different people. And I also spent a lot of time in the P Maker chat as well to see exactly what's going on there with the guys who are pressing buttons, trying to cast spells and stuff like that. And I wanted to start with, it was brought up before regarding Richard's 14 genius devs, right? And whether or not they would have missed something, and the chances seem like it's quite low that they did. And it's quite interesting here because this is one of the splits with the potential narratives that exist amongst the community, right? Because there's so many different divisions and all the camps right now are very compartmentalized. So one thing to note was that one of the main devs in the PMaker chat right now that are looking to put forward a spell that would be very, very comprehensive and plug any potential holes if it's not a team or Richard behind everything. They actually did reach out to Brett, which, as we know, is one of Richard's top devs, and they basically greenlit the spell to be put forward. Basically, they looked at it, they said they're happy with it, and they can give it a crack. Now, it's interesting here because there's a division right there. So you could look at this a couple of ways. One is if it is Richard, then and his team, then you could look at it as them saying, "Look, try whatever you want. It's all good. Go for it. You're not going to change our plan. Nothing you can do can change our plan because of the way that we're doing it." Two is it's not Richard. It's another group, like you guys have been potentially saying, that there's a pioneer group with their own thing that either Richard has no knowledge of or they do know of, and they're happy for us to give it a crack. It's just this leads to so many. Right now, there's an infinite number of narratives, and each of those narratives has an infinite percentage of Richard Hart involvement, and that involvement enters and leaves the idea of the narrative at any point in that narrative. Right, so and all of them line up with reality right now. I think the only difference is where the outcome, and we're just not in the point in time where we can actually see that outcome. Everything everyone is saying right now can make sense, and so it's been very difficult to kind of sift through everything. Now, this kind of comes back to what Cash Money was saying, right? Where he was like, there's no point casting spells and stuff like that. Like, just leave it be. And it's funny because you call them wizards, and it's just weird that the MakerDAO protocol, everything's named after magic and stuff, which is hilarious because I've always said that the fact that MakerDAO exists or even works is pretty much bloody magic, right? But I think it is important to note that there are always going to be groups trying to push the buttons, trying to fix stuff. And they're good as a hedge, right? Because there's different types of people who want this to succeed. It's not just the dudes that are like, there's a grand plan, a benevolent actor, they're most likely good, let's just let them do their thing. There's also the guys that are like, I don't think there is any group intentionally doing this. It could just be someone being a bad actor, and we want to press some buttons just in case that's the case. Like, they're still a good hedge. Everyone wants this to succeed. Even the guys that hate PDI, they would love it if it did succeed. But I think their biggest problem, and this comes back to Sommi, what you were saying before about a guy you just had on your DMs that you told to sell him and truck off, basically. They're not so much worried that, from what I've gathered, their fear isn't that there's a different coin other than their precious core coins going up, with liquidity going into a coin other than theirs. Their fear is that if it is a bad actor, that you're putting money in a pool where that actor has complete access to it. You're giving them free money out of the chain to take completely out of the chain. That's sort of what they're worried about. But again, it just depends on what you believe, whether it's coming back into the chain, if it is Richard, if there is a team, if they're trying to make this work. There's no way to know. But it is important to understand where all these guys are coming from, what their fears are, what their intentions are, and what their overall views are. Because right now there's many intentions. Emotions are very, very high. There's also been all sorts of fingers being pointed at Decentralized me and 9i, and all that happened live inside the PMaker chat while people are starting to try and figure out what they're going to do. And Royson, something you mentioned before about if it is a bad actor, why haven't they just like liquidated everything, just like dump on everyone, take multiple millions of dollars and leave? Now, there's another split narrative here as well, and it stems from the fact that if that was to happen, from what we can see in the MakerDAO docs and what causes joy to rise and fall, a lot of it has to do with heavy movement to the downside. If they were to go too hard, and even a lot of the guys who are really against PDI say this, they're keeping it in limbo. So if they were to push it down too hard and joy drops too quickly, they risk triggering the flop auctions, which is potentially the one thing that would stop a potential bad actor from minting. Now, this is pretty much agreed upon. I think this was the point of contention in the PMaker chat, was that we want to perform a spell now, but there's a high chance that it won't actually be enacted until this, and if and when these flop auctions occur, because no one has the PMaker to actually vote on it. Not anyone on the P side of things. The E guys might have heaps of PMaker, they don't even know it, or they don't care enough to actually come in and do stuff. I think the largest holder of PMaker right now, I think, is the Coinbase wallet that they got in the airdrop. And one, they may have no idea it's there. And two, even if it did, I doubt such a big entity is going to come and mess with that DAI, for better or for worse, right? Like that would just be a huge danger on their look, and how that would sort of, imagine a headline like, Coinbase comes in and ruins Centralized stablecoin on PulseChain, right? Like it would just be absolute insanity. Should we hit the fan pretty quickly? So look, there's so much stuff here, and I think the beauty of it is, even though I've just given a long-winded explanation on all the different views inside the chain right now, what Cash Money said before was just let it be. I think even just based on the fact that we might need to see the flop options anyway to even see the spells these wizards are casting are going to do anything, the fact that we have to wait anyway, I think that's the beauty of it. We're just at the whim of the market. We're at the whim of whoever's pushing the buttons. It does seem like they have a lot of control right now. There's not really a whole lot we can do. People that are putting some things in play as a hedge just in case. And I think that everything just needs to be appreciated, because all these different views are inevitable. And I think there's hate on both sides. There's wars going on. And I think that's the worst thing. Like the divide in the chain, I think that's the worst thing. But ultimately, it is hard to argue with the fear that if it is a bad actor, putting money into PDI is just letting someone take it out of the chain. That's the biggest fear I see right now.
I'm feeling personally, I'm trying to read between the storylines. I feel like Richard's saying, hey, don't put my name on it. Okay, I'm feeling that, and then I'm simultaneously feeling also just shut up, and if you believe, hold, and just shut up and hold and do nothing else. I'm getting both of those signals. I want to hear from you guys. Do you feel the same way? That would be very interesting, because I'm feeling him saying, I don't want my name on it. Also, shut up. That's like as in like just like don't, you don't have to do anything. It's just for believers only. As well as one thing you touched on as well. So yeah, man, it's so true. There are so many conflicting narratives, guys. Price is going to figure it all out. Okay, there's literally nothing. We don't have a crystal ball. Only one man in this world does. His name is Jim Cramer. Okay, he's an inverse crystal ball. We don't know, but if the price is like 1-2 cents in 30, 60, 90 days, we will be now having a convo of how long would it take? What needs to be fixed next? Can we fix it in time? You know what I mean? So it's a whole new just set of ball games as well. So yeah, I want to hear your thoughts, or anyone else want to come and chime in. Please continue.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, fine. It's doing good.
Okay, right on. So I am originally not from the PulseChain community. I've been just looking into this. I've listened to your stuff for a couple years, Sommi, and it's very relatable. And if it wasn't this or that FUD, a small group of people that I won't say names, I spend a lot of time on their Twitters, my beloved influencers that I don't think want to combat. All group of people that I won't say names, I spend a lot of time on their Twitters, my beloved influencers that I don't think want to comment back to me. And they, without a doubt, being on the outside looking in, there's a large amount of concentrated money that is just circling around, and they're all in on stuff. And now they're all saying, do not buy this fucking coin. Do not buy it. And I get zombie virus 2020 vibes, and I am put a fucking mask on. I'm not going to take a shot. You know what I mean? And you're telling me to do something? Fuck you. I'm going to double down. Like, I don't know what it is, but the fact that these guys are telling me and a bunch of other people, they've been extracting money since PulseChain launched. I invested in stuff they wanted me to invest in when it launched because they were advising everybody else, and everybody else has this same idea. Well, if 1 or 2% has the opposing idea, it's probably a pretty safe bet, as long as it's not a real dead chart, which, you know, this is clearly not a dead fucking chart. But yeah, much love, Sommi. That's it.
That was, thank you for sharing that, Mr. Crypto. If we go back, friends, it's now 4.5 years ago, actually 5 years ago. Zombie virus, it's not, see, right now, PDI is like, you conspiracy nutcase. Maybe it works. The blockchain scanners shit. Okay. 4.5 years ago, 5 years ago, it was literally, if you don't wear this mask and take 7 meters distance from everyone else and inject this thing, you are literally killing your family. You're literally killing your family. You're going to lose your job. You lose it. Like, so the amount of finger pointing going out there, and guess what? That was the buying opportunity. That's just crazy, man. Are we living that again? I don't know what it is. It's just that it hits differently, bro, because it's the founder. You know what I mean? No one packs a punch like this. But now I'm wondering, could anything top Richard Hart doing that dumping stuff from before, from what we just witnessed? Maybe it's all part of the plan. So, yeah, guys, these things, zombie virus, there's going to be another FUD, 6 to 12 months. It's going to be crypto. It's going to be safe. It's going to feel painful. It's going to look like it's over. And this is what makes it even more difficult. People you watch, and I respect, you'll see, if you watch 10 of them, 2 of them fold or 3 of them fold, and it makes it really hard because you're like, crap, man, Uncle Bobby Lucas is bearish. What do I do now? We all go through it. There's no way out. There's no one to hold your hand, right? Even like PDI. Oh, crap, Richard's bearish, right? So we've been through all this before. And that's why I keep bringing it back to Richard buying Bitcoin after Satoshi, right? Like, he put 20 grand into this thing in the internet, and then it drops 95%. I was saying on the forums, what an idiot. The founder left, you retard. Why did you put 20 grand in this Ponzi drug money? What are you doing? Just to think about it, bro, that was a $30 Bitcoin. You know, so, but then again, you watch my videos, I always tell you, we can't anchor to every unicorn. You know, we just watched Eric Wall win a bet because everyone was looking at Doge hit 100 billion market cap almost in 2021. And they go, oh, a useless meme coin hit 100 billion. Surely PulseChain can hit 16 billion by this point, and it hasn't. So there is a balance to both sides. But like we always say, man, the price is going to figure it out. If this thing's not going to zero, the next 1, 2, 3 monthly candles, if it's hovering around 1, have a look. That's what we're saying. Thank you for that comment as well. So if anyone else wants to step up.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yep, doing fine.
Hey, I just want to thank everybody. I just want to give my kind of thoughts on PDI. You know, the community is great. I also want to say we got 400 plus people on this space right now. The hater spaces have only been averaging less than 200, I think, maybe around 120. So we're doing way better than that. We have a bunch of passionate guys. And I think what separates us is, you know, that my standpoint on PDI is it's something that fits in with all the chaos in kind of the world right now. And like, you know, I just heard a story about some guy in Scotland and the bank withdrew all his money because he wouldn't say something about some pronouns or something in school. You know, they like threw him in jail. And then there was a story in London the other day where some guy was trying to get $2,500 cash out of the bank to buy a motorbike, and the bank made him get like a proof of purchase. So it's like, you know, these powers that be are trying everything possible to take our money from us, right? Like growing up, I was born in the 80s. Growing up, it was going to school, and then it was you have to go to college, and then you get a job and you work for the corporate world, and you put your money in your 401k, you keep all your money in the bank. And it's like they force this debt slavery on us. You know, you take out your mortgage and you take out your loans for school, and everything is debt. But the banks control all of it, right? Like nobody holds access to their wealth in liquid form, right? Until Bitcoin came along. So, and the way I see it is banks are going to be phased out. We've seen a couple years ago, you know, a year and a half ago, 2 years now, where the Silicon Valley Bank failed. There was a couple other smaller banks that failed. I think more banks are going to fail going forward. I think the stock market's going to have a crash, and I don't know if it'll ever recover the way it is. I think we see a lot more money start to flow into the crypto space. And this whole decentralized stablecoin where there is no powers that control it. It's the community that controls it. We put up our own collateral, like say Bitcoin or something. You know, people want to hold their Bitcoin. They don't want to spend it. They don't want to sell it. You put it into vaults and you borrow against your own assets and you earn yield on that. So just the whole financial product and use case of this is something that is needed in the world right now, especially as we're going through an awakening, right? Like people are starting to wake up. They realize all the lies and bullshit we've been told is lies and bullshit, and we've basically been manipulated and controlled and forced into this debt slavery. So I look at PDI as something, you know, Freedom was talking about, you know, the Freedom Chain and all that, but just PDI is something that is hugely needed, and it's the biggest thing that could happen since Bitcoin potentially in crypto. There is nothing bigger, right? We all got into crypto. Oh, I assume I got into crypto because I don't trust the banks. I don't want to keep my money in the bank. I don't like, you know, credit card companies. I don't want to I try not to use credit. I try not to take banking loans. You know, I want to do things like, you know, a sovereign citizen. I'm very libertarian. So I don't know. That's kind of my thoughts on this whole thing. And, you know, you listen to Richard's his old streams and stuff, and this is kind of his thought process, right? And he talks about these things, and I just don't see where the hate's coming from. And, you know, they say, oh, well, you guys said it was death. Like, who gives a shit who we said it was? It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we believe that there's an entity, a group of people, somebody behind this thing that is trying to do something good for the people of the world. And people ask, well, do we have to do anything as the community? I think as we move forward, yeah, we need to participate, right? We bring our liquidity into the market and participate. And that's all we have to do. And,
wonderful stuff.
Yeah, that's a good point. He wants us to be educated. He wants us to know how P-Maker works. It's only beneficial for us.
You know, just participate. So, I don't know if anybody has any other opinions.
We also add to everyone, very, very good thoughts, sir. And to extend on that, but when Satoshi made Bitcoin, it's 2008, okay? In my life, I had no idea what the hell a store of value was. I had no idea how all this stuff worked, okay? I'm sure most people, we didn't even know this problem needed fixing. But he obviously is a visionary and he could, okay? Vitalik comes in, 4,000 IQ alien, and he's like, oh, I've got another problem I can see. Bitcoin, they're not doing anything. We've got to add smart contract functionality. There's another alien comes out, he improves on Bitcoin, makes Ethereum, okay? So I look at this stuff and I'm like, wow, these people are fixing problems I don't even know need solving. But when you look at it, you're like, oh, now it's obvious. It's reverse engineering, right? Well, Richard comes in. If you're looking at this PDI thing, there's a problem, okay? If you're a billionaire, good luck being any sort of contrarian out there. They'll literally come for you, okay? You think a billionaire's got a lot of money, man? Like, they can get you down because they know, hey, you know what's really good about being a billionaire is like how hard it is to get there. And so if they take you down, you're literally never getting there again. So
I mean,
I guess
just
Richard
look
can
what they
relate
did
to that.
look what they did to Tate, you know, with the lawsuit and everything. If they want to get you, they're gonna use lawfare to get you, right? And they attack
Perfect
your
example.
money.
Perfect example. The only reason why Tate's alive is because he's got like 10 million followers. What about all the other people out there who they're not charismatic and can talk and like run around shit? You know what I mean? Like they're all literally just like, they just get dissipated over time. So if you're not talking about the pronouns and like, hey, I identify as a doorknob today, but yesterday I was a street lamp, you know, like that's how maybe the world goes. So if you're saying someone like Richard Hart, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at it through his lens. Because like most people coming into crypto, you don't give a shit. You're like, no one's gonna blacklist me. Yeah, man, because we got $60 net worth. Okay. This guy's walking around with billions. They want to turn you off. Look what they do to Kanye, for example. Like, you know, friends, Kanye's got some funny stories where like he goes to the doctor and they recommend him to like a random hospital. He goes there and the nurses are like giving him different pills that he's meant to take. So he started like, by the way, this is actually a common thing they do. So if you're starting to look a bit contrarian to the narrative, they start poisoning you. So you just start going loopy. Like, so we don't relate to any of this stuff. But you know what? That's because our net worths are $60. Okay, so maybe that's what Richard's doing. That's probably why all this decentralization ethos builds on top of this. That's why like Hex, you mint your own inflation. If the PDI thing happens, it's like, hey, you mint your own PDI. No one can stop you depositing in a collateral in a vault. So we don't know if it's all going to play out, but it would make sense. So if you're looking at it now, that's how the story connects itself. Like, if anyone's going to do it, he's. And by the way, like, perfect person. The guy's gate kept from Binance, Cuckbase, Cuckcoin, Shitmax. Literally every single exchange gatekeeps the crap. And then what makes it worse, man? You know, DAIbate. I call them buy shit. Okay. Guys, I made a video, it was like yesterday. The Cardano co-founder, that Japanese dude, he lost $40 million in Celsius from the Ponzi. It's worth 100 million today. So to get back at everyone, he's now making rug coins. He mints and he dumps for 10 million a piece. He makes projects and he dumps. Do you know how he's doing it? He gets a free pass on DAIbate, KuCoin, and one other exchange. They literally let him do it. And guess what? This is why I made the story. Every single thing that these scum exchanges said Richard would do, he's doing, and they let him do it. And what he does is he mints more of the coin and he sends it to their exchange and he dumps. And he just dumps and dumps. He's collected like 30 or 40 million back of his losses. He's gone for the 100 million. So like I found that like the hypocrisy, bro. Like your worst piece. So like, why would they accuse Richard of doing that? He's never like minted these coins and just started dumping. I'm like, oh, because you're literally letting one of your friends do that. So if I was hearing this, if I was watching Richard talk about it on stream, I'd be like, you know what? Sounds like a bunch of bullshit. I don't believe that. You just want us to buy your bags. That's exactly what people would say. But I did this firsthand research. I can literally tell you factual evidence. It's actually happening right now. And the whole industry, because they're a bunch of cucks, bro. They stand for nothing. They don't even know what they're doing half the time. That's why I think we're going to win. Okay, we literally survived through the worst of the worst. If this story does end up playing out,
dude.
The product market fit is literally through the roof. It's just waiting for us to just continue the story. You can continue if you want, sir.
Well, let's say we're wrong. I'm going to continue doing what we're doing right now. I'm not going to stop. We'll CTO maker when it's dead. Like, I'm not going to fucking stop until we figure this out. Like, and I'm sure there's a community of people that feel that way.
Yeah, at the end of the day, right, wealth is what scares elites and governments, independent wealth, and people making their own money. And we see today with people who speak out against the narrative where they get debanked, right? They take their money away. So, like you said, the product market fit, we need this more than ever now, because like we saw with the zombie virus, as Sommi says, right? They locked us all in our homes and said, you have to do this, you have to do that. You got to take these shots. You can't get on a plane. You can't go to work. It's like everything is about control. And if you don't believe in that control, you believe in your freedom and you believe in your rights to do what you want and as you choose, without killing people and shit. But, I don't know. That's what crypto is, and I see things that are just the whole geopolitical chaos and uncertainty. Everything fits, right? And if somebody was doing something like this, how would they go about it? And don't you think they would want to create chaos around it to direct and misdirect?
100%. Are you related to Corey Costa by any chance? I just hear it in your voice.
Me? No.
That's very true.
I love his words. It's funny. Yeah. Something that's hard to navigate in crypto, friends, is there's a strong fact about crypto and all the best performing ones that it sounds scammy and snake oily to say this, but it's actually true. And that is the biggest opportunity lets everyone get rich. And it sounds like one of those utopian pipe dreams. You're going to get rich and you're going to get rich and you're going to, but that's the truth, man. Like Bitcoin is only where it is today because it started at zero. Believers bought it and they held the whole way. And now Max Kaiser is like multi-billionaire, and they're all billionaires. CZ sold his house in 2013 in China, went all in on Bitcoin. So they're all real. Same thing with even XRP. Okay, so all these coins that went up, people were allowed to get really rich, and it's a fact, but they never come and market it. So no one comes out and says, I want you all to be rich with me, because you're like, scammer, because everyone says that, right? But we might be witnessing that over time, where Richard doesn't actually come out and tell you, hey, maybe you get rich off this coin. He's not saying that. Actually, interesting, he did say
that's a really good point.
Yeah, and he did say it
prices
with Hex,
legitimize everything.
Yeah, exactly. So
sorry, like Hex. If it goes back to $5, we're all gonna be like, oh, Hex and T-shares, and oh, we're gonna like do a staking ladder. So like, if he makes this all happen, he legitimizes every chart that we have on PulseX. And like, I don't know if you're understanding what I'm saying, but like, if he's able to pump, or if we're able to pump Hex up again, the narrative of Hex is going to be back. It's just that the prices are low. That's the only difference.
Yeah, no, exactly. And let's say people come and do ladders of Hex in the future. Look what they have under them. You got a PulseX buy and burn, bonding and helping it. You have a decentralized stablecoin, which is literally from people who are OGs pretty much of that same coin. It's like a big symbiotic ecosystem and stuff out here. So yeah, it's a good experiment as well. So all I do is sometimes I go, you know what, if I printed the price up to a certain point, does anything about the story change? And the answer is no. Like, guys, if we put PDAI at 10 cents today, would any part of the story change? No, it's just trading at 10 cents. So that's how I'm like, you know what, maybe it's weekend selling. So it's a good thought experiment to think about it, and also how we might go up in the future. Also, I want to take this time to remind everyone, we're all on the same team, friends. So like I've gone through the Hyperloop theory. If it happens, PDAI is phase 1, okay? It seems like PulseX, Hex, and Inc, they're definitely getting the pump. It's just where it's coming from, that's the question mark, So we all want the chain to win. It seems like everything is building up in this way. But yeah, when you're caught within a cult, I understand. Everyone's got their little baseball bats that want to smash each other. But like a few green candles, and then you realize, wait, you know what? We don't hate each other after all. Oh, there's other people suck over there. So that's pretty much what we're going to be getting at. And like all these things lining up, it just feels like it's just one of those. There's a cloud over everyone. There's a big story right here, and this thing just dissipates over time. Like if you go back, man, go back to March, go look at the chart of Bitcoin. I promise you, man, I was there. No one wanted to buy at 4 or 5K on the way up. No one. They said, double bottom, more FUD, going at 2K every single step of the way. Like I go back and I'm like, man, that's just, I remember living that. I was like, I was even sure. So yeah, continue, sir, please.
I think someone else wants to ask a question. I think IC wants to ask a question.
Hello. This is IC here. Some of y'all may know me in the admin as an admin in the chat. So I'm thank you, Dace, for inviting me to speak over here. So what's up, Daitats? So I'm excited about PDAI really. This 2 weeks has been tough but I think we are all holding up very well as warriors. Like this is a battle for our, chosen crypto. And sorry, pardon me, because I'm the only Asian around, or the few Asian around. So if you don't understand me, please just ask. I will clarify anyway. But basically, right, over the past 2 weeks, I received a lot of DMs to ask what's going on, that kind of shit. I even received DMs to say that I am a scum for, supporting PDAI. Like, this is the shit that's gonna kill us. But like, oh shit, why are we the only coin going up, man? Damn, this stupid coin is making me profit. Damn it, I should sell it. I hate profit, man. This is so stupid, man. Like I think this is something like religion. Like, why are you stopping me from holding a coin that I believe, actually, in fact, I know would be which $1. It will help everybody, including your Hex coin or including all other memes coin, right? It will probably bring everything up, So even if you are holding other coin that's not PDAI, you probably benefit from all the price action from PDAI. So you're like, why are you hating so much on this? Like, what? Like, if I want to hold, and I in fact, I have a friend. She told me that I am a scum. I kind of destroyed PulseChain because of my support, and weeks before that, I went vegetarian for a whole day just to pray for her dying pet. So I'm not saying that I'm a saint or what, but from somebody who is willing to do that for you and your pet, like for me, you all know that I'm a big foodie. So vegetarian for a whole day is kind of a daunting task, but I did that to pray for her. I am a Buddhist, so that's kind of our thing. If we want to pray for somebody or even an animal, that kind of thing. But to becoming a scum of the earth just because I choose the whole PDAI, come on, man, this is crazy. And I respect a lot of you all for choosing to be with us, because it is tough. Like, even for me, I feel a bit scared at the start, but now I'm like, oh, come on, man, more fun, baby. I get excited, man. But I really understand that there are some fears, and I think that it's only normal that we all feel some fear, that kind of shit, because like I feel some fear. Like some of you all, like a lot of them are like some of them are like saying, oh, we feel nothing, but I think it's okay to acknowledge your fears, because by acknowledging and accepting it, right, that's how we overcome it. And after all, I'm just normal like everybody, So I love this space. I think if we can do it maybe weekly or bi-weekly, I think it would be great. So thank you, everyone. Okay, y'all can continue. I may add on later.
Appreciate
Awesome,
it, man.
sir.
Yeah, thanks for all you do for the
Can
community.
we add a cute psychology thing for you guys, friends? So us humans and investors, okay, this is what I'm about to tell you. This is 100 plus years of stock market stuff. Okay, so when in markets, when we hear information from someone who sounds a bit naive, we discredit it. So you always hear, right, bulls sound really naive. So when we hear information from someone who's like, you're trying to tell them risks, and they're like, you know what, I still think it's going to be okay. You know what, like, we literally, it makes us fume. We get really, really angry. It's something, I don't know why, as humans, we're like, because you're not taking me seriously, right? I don't know what it is. This is very, very common in stock markets. Yeah. So, but when someone says, guess what? Here are 5 red points why there is risk. Risk number 1, it's bad. Risk 2, Richard hates it. Risk 3, inflation bug. Risk 4, Vietnamese kid. Like, when we see that, we give like 99% of our weight in that. So that's why these market cycles go where they do. That's why markets, right? They go up like a staircase and they drop like an elevator from this. So that's why it's very interesting. So we have the admin here, Icy Boo, getting messaged by people saying, you're scum, you're scum. So I'll just tell you guys, I've seen this, okay? They've clicked sell and they're just coming out to yell at everyone most of the time. Not all, a lot of the time. It's literally, when I hear that, I'm like, when did you sell? I don't ask if, I ask, when did you sell? And they always say, oh, like 2 days ago or yesterday or like earlier. It's fascinating when it has it. It's like the louder the voice is, it's like they were recently just in it. Why they're lashing out is they buy into a narrative, and then there's volatility. So they're like, you know what? I'm going to go find someone who made me have mild confidence. And they just go snapping, But Man, we learned all this from Richard Hart. Like, bro, he's got streams, videos of this, just telling you dips are in the game, volatility. So it's a learning journey for everyone. But yeah, this has been one hell of a biblical shakeout, friends.
Beyond, did you want to go?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple things. Execute brought up a couple good points. One of them was that nobody really knows. It could go either way. So this really hardcore anti-PDI hate group, listening to them, I've spent some time listening to their philosophy, and it's not one of admitting you don't know something. It's 100% we know this. No one knows Richard Hart is or not behind it. Just because you turn, like, nobody really knows if he's behind it because you're looking at a wallet that you think is his. That's from being in blockchain for a long time, there's got to be one of the most idiotic reasonings to hear. It's like, bro, people can just open up a new wallet and be anonymous all over again. You can't track every or creates a new one. The other thing is I've noticed about from listening to both sides, I'm always trying to listen to both sides what I can learn because I learned from my mistakes. Shooting crypto in 8 years, I've made a lot more mistakes than getting things right. I've just been lucky with lotteries on the things that I accidentally got right. That's the way it goes. But a lot of them are, I don't want to call anyone out in particular, but they're behaving hypocritically. I know for a fact, as some of them disclosed to me, they're holding on to PDI bags. So they'll call people stupid and retarded, and they'll try to dissuade you with defamation and ad hominem attacks. But in reality, they're holding on to bags. They're telling you not to buy something that they're holding fat bags of, and will actually boast that they've got more bags than you. It's incredible. And I'll just say, we all learn from each other. I don't think anyone that's in Web3 that's speculating, that's doing their research, even if you get something wrong, no one is stupid or retarded.
Damn. Looks like we got another rug. So let's just double check. Yeah, play recording. Got rugged again. So I don't know what you guys are thinking at the moment. A lot of interesting things. So we'll just kind of hang out, see what's going on, see when the next one pops up. I think the sound must go staticky when I'm, excuse me, as a speaker. So I just have to not be a speaker. I've got nothing to say at the moment anyway. I'm kind of, yeah, there's a few things that I want to talk about, but I'm just going to wait for the right time. So yeah, I would probably very much agree with this sentiment as well, Nuclear. It's a very it's been a long bear. It's been a long bear. And yeah, there's not many people who are up in crypto at the moment, so damn, what's going on here? Even X is looking rugged. Let me just go like this. Give this another try. Wow, even X is looking Can't even load X. Wow. Is anyone having issues with X? I'm going to check my... Even X is X. Or maybe my internet. Oh, here we go. X is coming back. Cash Money was on earlier on the spaces. He was on. Yep. I do think... Who's this? This is Thomas Seaford. He's a professor of biology who studied cancer for 30 years. His message, cancer isn't bad genes or bad luck. It's damaged mitochondria. This is interesting. While we wait. Oh, here we go. It's back up. Number 3, part 3. This flips everything that you've been told about how to prevent cancer. I'll definitely have a listen in on that. All right, let's bring this back up.
Yeah, it's about all other country, but whoa, today is about Vietnam, man. It's interesting. Okay, waiting for somebody back to speak while I entertain you all. So it was fun.
That reminds me. That's the other thing is the Vietnam guy. By the way, shout out to Asia. Love Asia. And Yakuza. And samurai swords.
Yo.
That's Japan.
And I think the Vietnam guy, he looked AI, and a lot of people tout that that the money ended up in Binance and I don't know, another exchange, Kraken, which is kind of strange if he's in Vietnam, I think. I don't know. But there wasn't a trail after that. And my rebuttal of that is, well, do you know what he did with it? Do you know if it went to his bank account? It's like, no, I don't know. It's like, well, watch, something's going to happen where it's going to start coming back in. And sure enough, it started to come back in. And then my beloved KDP won't answer me, started talking about that and saying, yeah, it's just to get people to buy back in. It's like, well, what if you're fucking wrong? You know? Anyways, that was it.
You guys want some alpha on the Vietnamese guy?
Yeah.
Go for it.
They, Katie apparently went back and looked, and he was fished in 2023, right before the minting started happening.
No way.
I need to verify that, but she said he was fished at some point, and that wallet was basically exposed. Fished? Yeah, I think he clicked a link and got
right. He was fished. Right. Okay.
Yes.
It's funny on that note. I've received like countless DMs from so many people with so many theories about who's the minter, and it's like all of us here in this space. It's like, that guy sounds sus. He's saying this shit. This guy seems to know too much. He's
Yeah.
I think 10.7 ETH bridged back in from Binance, right? And the interesting thing about that is, because it was a number greater than 1 ETH, that means that the Binance account was KYC'd. So there would be some sort of identity there. But obviously that's nothing that we can just go in and see, but there will be some form of identity there. And from there, look, it looked like he bridged it in, bought PDI, interacted with join, and I think from there it moved like from a different wallet, dumped the PDI anyway. So but everyone kind of ran with it. In the 10 seconds following the bridge back in, everyone was running around going like, oh my God, the mint to bridge back in and he bought PDI, but then he proceeded to dump it. Everyone sort of thought he might have burnt it because we didn't see where it went, but it looks like it was dumped from another wallet straight after that.
Very interesting.
It certainly is just that, man. These last 2 weeks have been an extraordinarily interesting time, right? And like, it's coming back to what I was saying before. Like, there does need to be appreciation that there are so many different people doing different things. Like there's been spaces with Royson here and Scorn, and the PMaker DAO Telegram right now is just, it's pretty much all been about trying to figure out what we need to do to try and fix this, if there is anything that needs to be fixed. Which, as I mentioned before, I'm not trying to push any narrative or take any power away from any narrative of Richard Hart's involvement or someone's involvement or anything like that. But there are enough people trying every angle, just like there's probably 100 to 1,000 people trying to figure out how to mint for themselves and take the money and run. There's also people that are like, don't do anything. We just need to wait and see how we go. And there's people that are like, well, look, if there is no God savior, i.e. Richard Hart, coming to save us, then we need to try and do some stuff, right? So they're always going to be there. Everyone's giving it a crack. Everyone wants this thing to succeed. It's just, yeah, I mean, you have to give it a percentage chance of success, I guess. And it's different for everybody.
Yeah, so Sommi had to leave. Sorry about the... I've no idea. It was the CIA again after me.
And it did get a bit funky there sometimes. So I'm not sure if it's the connection or if you're using a phone or PC, but just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I think it could be it's just my internet in my area is a bit crap at the moment, but it's nearly 4 a.m. here anyway, so. But yeah.
The waking hour.
Yeah. So, no, there's get Stephen up, see what he wants to say.
Yeah, so obviously this whole thing with Katie, I think it's been and I think obviously just to clarify as well, there's KDP and then there's Katie, Katrina, the XUSD dev, and there's been a lot of debate, and she's been quite adamant about some particular points, and me not being like fully savvy when it comes to devs and all the speak and all the lingo with all the functions. I've just been trying to follow as much as I possibly can, and I'm even getting some DMs at the moment about how this Spaces has been like silencing people, and that's not a criticism on anyone or anything, but I just think, from that perspective as well, one thing that I could definitely see from what Katie was trying to put forward was she has a deep interest in seeing PDI succeed, and I think the sentiment that I saw from her was that a lot of her perspective was being silenced because it didn't conform to the mainstream narrative of how it's going to peg. And I thought, that's actually pretty concerning. I think if we become like too blind just to one avenue, then like it could be an issue. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not saying I believe her. I'm not saying I believe the other guys. I'm just saying there is a different alternative perspective, which is still a bullish perspective, but it seemed like it was being largely silenced. And I thought that was just a concern for me. And then obviously, me being someone, I'm in the XUSD team, people think, oh, maybe my perspective has been compromised, but she was adamant, like she was really adamant about her perspective. So I just wanted to really put that out there since you guys are discussing it. So
is that KDP, Stephen?
No, Katrina, Katie.
Okay,
so
I want to make sure.
Yeah.
I was talking about KDP. Sorry.
Okay. Because
Yeah,
I heard
like
Absinthe
Katrina.
talk about KDP. Sorry, I thought Absinthe was talking about Katie in the Maker discussion. Was that correct, Absinthe?
I was.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, my beloved KDP won't message me back when I mod her.
Yeah, you're not wrong, man. Like she was quite adamant, but as I said, tensions are running high, and there's different levels to people's beliefs, right? Like the people that were butting heads, they have different levels of belief. Now, granted, yes, you could say that some of the things that have been said at weird times, and maybe it could seem like people are in cahoots with other people or have been swindled by some people. But the truth is, nobody knows, man. Like there's a higher chance that everyone just wants this thing to succeed. They have different levels of beliefs, and those beliefs are they're gonna be displayed in their actions and their intentions and what they want to happen with Maker. The beauty of it is, if all those people with different beliefs cast their own spells, it gets voted on by MakerDAO in a decentralized manner, which is the way it's meant to work anyway. So, everyone's collective belief is gonna be on show based on what they vote for.
And
but obviously, our problem is not everyone can participate in the vote right now.
Based on that, Absinthe, so you sound like someone who's pretty savvy from a technical point of view. So just based on how she was explaining it to me, it sounded like the proposal and the spell that they wanted to put forth was one that hands the power back to the community, whereas the other proposal, which is the original one that everyone's trying to go with, puts the power into, quote unquote, whoever this exploiter team is, who she believes is potentially compromised. So have you got a perspective on that?
So from what I've seen, there seems to be three main camps where it's funny. One of them is more of a control group where it's do nothing, because they believe that anything we do will be getting in the way of the powers that be, and we believe that they're good actors and they have a plan. But at the same time, that's kind of contradicted by the fact that Katie did speak to, or apparently spoke to Brett, and he greenlit the spell, which means that one of two things, like I mentioned before to Sommi, either they are in control and they know that no matter what we do, it doesn't matter, or they're happy that's the direction they want us to take it in, or they have no idea about any other actors' involvement and they're happy for us to give it a crack and fix it. Now, with Katie's spell, sorry, for those of you who don't know, with MakerDAO, the way that changes are made is you propose the changes in the form of a contract or code, and they make changes to the MakerDAO system. And people vote on those changes using PMaker, right? It's just that the terms written in the Maker docs, the functions are literally called spell, like that's called a spell, and you cast it. So that's why we sound like wizards when we talk about this sort of stuff. So Katie's looks very comprehensive, and from what, like, her idea is that it's there to plug every single possible hole and remove permissions with these other wallets that may or may not have permissions to do all this sort of stuff that they're doing, and everything would kind of just revert back to the only way things can be changed is through governance, like through voting and casting spells and things like that. From what I could see, the middle group, where it was the spell that, the original spell that's a little bit less robust, the argument I saw for that spell was that some of the things in Katie's more robust comprehensive spell might be a bit redundant. I think they're trying to say that, look, even if you cast your super spell right now, we're going to have to wait until the auctions occur anyway, if they ever occur, because we don't have the PMaker to actually vote on it and make it successful. It's just not in supply right now. So for those of you who aren't aware, once the flop auctions occur, a bunch of PMaker will be minted and they'll flood the market for us to bid on them and buy them up. And whoever has the most PMaker, they can start casting votes and they can sway the way decisions sort of go. The middle group was saying that we have to get there anyway because we haven't got the PMaker. And some of the things in Katie's spell are a bit redundant because some of the things she wants to change get changed as part of the flop auction process anyway, particularly right at the end. So I think there was a few things mistranslated, and I think because it's emotion is so high that it kind of got misconstrued as, I want you to do less because I don't want you to fix all those things. Whereas in my opinion, the more robust I feel, the better, because like what harm is there in redundancy, right? Does it really matter? There should be no issue with that. But again, I think it's also an issue if it hasn't been explained very well. And from that middle group, there is a bit of fear there based around, if I say too much, am I in danger based on what happened to the original MakerDAO dev? There's a lot of that sort of stuff too. Now, it's hard to really argue with that. Just for very obvious reasons, you can't just say no, just speak freely, because look, if you're genuinely concerned, then all right, cool, keep your mouth shut. But there's also the other narrative brewing where it's like, well, that's not really an issue. So it sounds like you're kind of just using that just to keep your mouth shut and not let everyone know what you know. And it sounds like you might know more than you're letting on. I'm not saying I agree with any of these things. I'm just really being transparent with where everyone's heads are at right now.
Can I say something? Anyway, thanks, man. So I don't know if a lot of people know my background. So I used to work at the FDIC on bank closings back in 2010 through 2015, and former accountant and IT auditor. And first off, someone said the banks are going away. They're not going away. They're never going to go away. They've been around for thousands of years. In fact, they're trying to get into stables as it is, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're in Sky. I wouldn't be surprised if they're in USDC. So PDI is needed just for a competitive reason. Second, on the Katie thing, didn't Braytep also say you can build anything you want on the chain? And if they're...
Yeah, I was going to hop in because it wasn't as much of a green light as...
He was just saying, do whatever you want.
Like to do whatever you want.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I got from it. And the third thing, I talked to Panos, and no one brings this up. They always complain, oh, he sold the PDI and then bridged out. And then I asked, what happened? Or has anybody fallen the wallet? What have they liquidated their money off the on the exchanges? They said no, the money's just sitting there. And I said, well,
it's interesting.
Then that could be interpreted one or two ways. Everybody's been pushing the narrative. It's been bridged out. It's gone. And I'm like, well, okay, so it got liquidated, right? And they said no. And I was like, well, then why are you guys pushing the narrative that it was? Because when you're saying it's bridged out, that you're assuming it's gone. But then I asked, well, I'm assuming it's gone, right? And then I was told no, it's just sitting on that exchange that it bridged out to, or wherever, if it was multiple exchanges. Anyway, that was what I was wanting to bring up.
I agree with that big time.
Because no one else has brought this up, and I just wanted to... I've been asking people on Twitter that, oh, he bridged out, and I go, well, what happened after he bridged out? And they don't reply back. So,
let me just pipe in real quick. Panos and KDR, really good guys.
Yeah. Panos is
mostly great.
A great guy. So
they made a ton of money on PDI on the come up. I don't know why they're some of the other guys are upset. They made almost $250,000 together.
No, Panos said today. Panos said today. I think you were there. He said he wants PDI to go to $1. What they're afraid of is that the extractor is extracting money and is going to kill the chain.
Exactly right.
No,
and that's all that it is, man.
That's the fear.
That's all that it is. That's their main fear. They want it to succeed. They just don't want people to be putting money into a liquidity pool that someone has basically free access to. That's their main issue. And I will say, all credit to the other space and Panos and KG and all the other guys, and KR, sorry. It is far less I hate PDI than it was in the first few days of the FUD, right? It was, again, emotions were just high. There's a lot more understanding between all groups and stuff now. We've actually had some really good chats in there, dude. We've explained a lot. There's been a lot of understanding on both sides. There are one or two people, though, that really don't want MakerDAO anywhere near the chain, even if it's working correctly at all, right? So they just are scared of it. They don't like the fact that anyone can vote. They feel that we don't have the user base or the amount of PMaker to make it even safe. But again, this is one of an infinite number of views and narratives right now. But look, the majority, if you were to remove the exploiter, they'd be like, hell yeah, send it to $1, dude. Hell yeah. Even if it doesn't pump out core coins directly, if it worked, it would be a freaking huge, the biggest shining beacon of all time, pointing towards PulseChain, right? And once it becomes over collateralized and people can rotate out, it would then pump the other core coins as well.
Well, and like I was pointing out, banks are getting into these core coins because, Trump has already said CBDCs are not going to be allowed in the United States. And so they're now going to start investing. You have BlackRock and all these other companies, all these investors going into these stables, as well as other crypto. And PDI is perfect market fit for what everybody needs, because if you're against government control, blacklisting, all that other stuff, Pulse would be the perfect place to go to if you're against that kind of thing. And it's like Sommi said on the last space, perfect market fit, because everything else is going into this banker type, connection. And I'm telling you, I asked about this. Why did we save the banks? I asked the high up guy in the FDIC when he was doing a presentation, and he said, if we did that, we pulled all the money, you would see a global depression because all the banks around the world are so interconnected now that you have to prop up the banks. You have to do this now. It's too late. We got once Clinton signed, removed Glass-Steagall, all bets were off on the global banking system. It's now so interconnected that they have to do that. And now they're entering these entering these stables because CBDCs are illegal, at least for now in the United States. And so they're entering Sky, they're entering USDC, Tether. They're probably part of Tether somehow. And so if that's why I'm so in love with PDI, and that's why I said,
dude, imagine when the privacy comes.
I know.
Without anyone knowing. They won't even have to associate with PulseChain. They'll be in millions of dollars, and
people will just come in because people will just come in because they're anti-banking. I mean, everybody will flow in that's been in crypto since the the last decade. So I mean, and even now. So I mean, it's not going to be like Monero or it's not gonna, it won't be that, I don't think we'll get attacked like that, but we'll be the alternative stable that everybody could use that just was like before, but now it doesn't have banks in it. I don't want BlackRock and PulseChain. I heard somebody say that and I was like, oh God, no, please. I don't want that, because that means you're going to have these manipulators that have screwed us time and time and time again. This is the reason why Bitcoin was created in 08. It was because of banks. It was because of the Wall Street guys. They screw us over, and then all the taxpayers have to bail them out for their screw-ups. And that's what I see PDI as, is the anti-narrative against those guys. I know that they have a lot of money, but that PDI will have the money of the people. I call it the people's die. And I know Maddie's trying to steal that, but I disagree. But anyway, that's
Tiger, I'll let you hop in a sec. I just wanted to say real quick, like when I say like we're going to zero, if we're wrong about PDI, this minter, if he's a bad actor, will have full control over PMaker, and we are going to fucking zero on PulseChain. And that's what I don't understand. It's like these core coin maxis don't understand that. Like, it's not just we're gonna sit between Joy and bounce up and down, and he's gonna extract all the money that the PDI retards put in. It's like, no, at some point we're gonna have flop auctions. And at some point, if what you think is true, they own most of the fucking PDI, and the 10 billion they minted early on, they're gonna fucking take all the PMaker and do whatever the fuck they want. And then everything that's connected to this collapses, and they just mint however much they want.
Look, a lot of them are torn about this. Some of them do understand that, and others say that no, the original narrative of the chain is still super, super strong. We can get people in on Hex and DeFi and staking, and that's just as important. And lower fees, and with the better Ethereum, and Hex is the better Bitcoin. A lot of them are of the belief that is still very, very strong and strong enough to outpace the PDI narrative dying.
Yeah, sorry, I meant short term. We're going, like, obviously, like Hex and PulseX still remain, and we'll still be here. But like short term, mid term, it hurts a lot more than what's going on right now.
Actually, to your point, I'd like to just add to that, to be realistic, why that's true. Hex, PulseX, ETH, these things have been around for a while. Pulse, there's other layer 2s. There's other fast, cheap layer 1s that you can port over from Ethereum that are already functioning and have huge communities. The reality is that if PDI goes to zero, beyond the PMaker control and the PDI control that they have access to with bad actors, you're 100% right. But what it really would be a signal for, and I'm just speaking as a retail speculator that's involved in a lot of different ecosystems, that would make Richard Hart look so incompetent. I mean, not everyone knows the details. Oh, it's not really him. It's an exploit that he forked over when people don't care about that. The reality is that's going to show that his chain from the Genesis brought over an exploit that allowed some group, some exploiters, some attackers to hold the whole chain hostage and drain it. Like, the reality is this is a lot worse. It's not like, oh, if it goes to zero, it's no big deal. Then everyone's all of a sudden going to start to want to buy Hex. It's like, no, dude.
Right.
They're not going to want to buy Hex.
Exactly. The trust in this. Yeah.
I'd like all the trust for Richard Hart. Everyone knows that he's got OA's got 90% plus ownership in all the ecosystem. This is like make it or break it. If this goes to zero, because we're all banking on him being competent and being able to add value. If it goes to show that he's not competent and didn't see this happening, it's not going to bring in other people from other ecosystems. That's not a realistic solution.
Yeah, we have Walmart version Tiger King making fun of us every day. Like PulseChain is a laughing stock until we pull something off like this.
Yeah, like I don't see what other narrative brings any attention to PulseChain besides PDI. This will bring users. It'll bring whales who are looking, especially like if we do, we all assume we're going to peg, and then, the PulseX pools come and the yield, that brings whales with liquidity, right? People that are looking to park a lot of money and borrow against that money as they're spending money, but earn the yield as they go, right? Like that's the whole premise of DeFi and DeFi protocols. And that's in the terms of talking about banks, like I think banks will always be around, but they're going to pivot and the services they offer are going to be much different. They'll go into like wealth management, but they're not going to have checking and savings accounts if DeFi is really, once people have the ability and the understanding how to control their own finance and they can have it with them liquid at all times, why are they going to give it to a middleman when we've been getting screwed by the middlemen for, centuries, but really since the establishment of the Fed in 1913, So, yeah, I just see PDI as PulseChain, that this is what brings the users, and this is what gives Richard the clout, and this is what pumps the core coin bags. Like, I just don't understand the whole, the SAC funds he's going to use to pump the bags. Like, there's no plan or thought there. Like, the guy's not just going to dump a bunch of money in for people to cheat. There needs to be.
Well, like somebody said, why won't Richard just bring over the SAC funds in Ethereum over to PulseChain? Because it's a one-to-one relationship. I've always wondered that too, but he might have it staked, and he's making a lot of money off the staking.
No, I mean, it's a tool to him, right? That 500 million is a tool. He's not going to use it to just pump because it doesn't. There has to be a second layer of value there. So, like whether he's collateralizing or.
Well, I bet he's got that Ethereum staked. You'd be foolish not to stake the Ethereum if it's just sitting there, right?
Right, that too.
Yeah.
But wouldn't you see it's just sitting in his wallet? Wouldn't we see if it was staked or it was in LP or?
Yeah, I don't know. Do you know? Can you see if someone's staking in a wallet?
I know you see it if it's an LP. I don't know. I'm not like a blockchain sleuth guy.
Well, no, you can stake Ethereum now. I just don't know if it shows up in the wallet as being staked. Does anybody know? Absence? Anyway, but on banking.
Sorry, dude, I'm in and out. Sorry, man, I missed that.
Oh, no. I was asking, can you tell if somebody's staking Ether?
I'm actually not sure, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I was like. I think you could tell. Like, I have some Tron staked, and my Sol is staked, but I don't know if it shows up on the chain as it's staked. That's why I don't know. I'm assuming it might, because you have to do.
I think you could probably figure it out because you'll be getting rewards over time.
Right. That's true.
But FSP on banking, you're right about banks have been, and that's what I hate about banks. I hate banks. Working at the FDIC, it made me. I used to work in a bank as a teller and then a customer service rep. And after I worked at the FDIC, I realized banks are the problem. And today, like I try to tell people, hey, if banks don't give you a bank account, there's crypto. You get a Coinbase account, put your money in there, and then move the money onto your wallet, and then nobody can claw it back. Nobody can reach in and pull it. Crypto is like the best bank there is. It's a bank of you.
Yeah, I like have nothing. I have a business bank account and a personal account, but I keep no money in it. You know?
Right, because you have to do those. You have to get a license and a tax number and all that stuff, and that's what banks do because you can't just cash a check to the business, right, and put it in your account. You have to put it in the business bank account, and then you can transfer it around. Right.
Yeah,
but
my business is 5-star. If they don't spell out 5 on the check, they write the number wrong. They're not cashing my check.
Right. And
I wanted to answer a question earlier about if you can see staked ETH or not. So I've heard that one possibility of what Richard did was to buy. The reason he quote bought the top of ETH was because of the ability to stake his Ethereum and get SDAI and do and then so I think he needed to have enough ETH in order to vote in a certain change in the governance of how what kind of percentage that staking was going to get or something to that effect. But let me take it one step further and say another speculation is on top of that he wrapped it to the 8th layer in NFTs and then he bridged it unseen to PulseChain. Because when you wrap something 8 times, it disappears. There's a privacy feature in Ethereum people don't even know about.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. I mean, wow.
Yeah, that's next level.
And I don't, I can't completely back this up with all facts. I listen to a lot of people, and this is something I heard from a fairly reputable source that was deep into the workings of just blockchain in general. He was a dev and kind of on the edge of conspiracies, but I do believe that, so far what we've seen happen on chain has been kind of along those lines, like if this was a coordinated, how should I say, freedom loving sect of the Ethereum Foundation that saw what was happening with OFAC compliance and basically how, ETH started drinking soy milk. And so this is all the good guys on ETH that have been planning this, Ethereum is a test net for PulseChain, really.
I guess we'll have to wait for somebody to confirm that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if that's true, that's really cool. If he's doing that,
Yeah, I gotta put my kids to bed pretty soon. Just heads up, we're gonna do like 10 more minutes. If anyone else wants to come speak.
Hi, can I have a question here?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, okay. First of all, I want to thank Coexist Steven. His YouTube gave us, I think, a lot of hope and courage. So I have a question about the collateral. Like I watched the YouTube video of Decentralized Me, and he said like maybe we need like the collateral like $22 billion, right? Like
but I don't know if that's correct or not, or maybe something changed.
There's a few ways you could peg it, but yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, well, I want to know what the other ways we can do it, because 22 billion is it's huge, right? So the only person can do that is only one person. So I mean, instead of that, or we can expect, or we can wait for that. But do you know other ways, or like what kind of, like, I think we need a roadmap, like how can we reach that our goals. Our goal is pegging, right? So
Yeah.
how can, by steps 1, 2, 3 step, no matter how many steps are there, like if you can map that,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, we can have a hope, and we can do something we can do, right? For example, if we have to collateralize our coins or tokens, we can do that, right? So I think we need a clear blueprint, or roadmap, so that all of us can contribute, or like whatever.
Yeah, I'll try to work on that. But there's basically a bunch of levers, right? So the first lever is like the flop auctions when we start burning PDAI for PMaker. There's the flash loans with ATROPA. I don't understand how that entirely works, but I think it arbitrages and fixes some of the vaults. Obviously, there's collateralization, which is just the easy, let's just put all this money up, let's fix it immediately. I don't think that's going to happen entirely. I think it's going to be a mix of all these things because PMaker, whether we want it to or not, is trying to get back to $1. And this exploiter can kind of like slow it down, but I think in the end, it still tries to get to where it's going, which is $1. So someone else can help.
I kind of think, like, somebody was asking before, what's the community to do? Like I said, that's like, as we get closer, we're going to attract more eyes, right? And more people will be interested. And as the chain grows and more liquidity comes on, like, that's participating, right? Like, I think you'll see whales who come over and believe in the thing, right? They'll create their own vaults and put up their own collateral to try and make this process. So I think vaults will eventually be, and I don't know, I'm not like technical, and I don't understand all the intricacies, but I could speak for myself. At some point, like you said, when things get triggered, I'm not opposed to putting up, collateralized assets for me to borrow against them, and I think that's how the system gets collateralized through the community.
Right. So like right now our vaults are they're all screwed. So like we all owe too much money to the bank. So if we put in a collateral and get PDAI out, we're essentially just keeping the system what it is. We need to basically burn the bad debt, clean it, and that sort of thing. And that would get us closer, on top of burning PMaker or PDAI, sorry.
Yeah, Royson, I just want to quickly touch up on what the previous guy was talking about with the 8th layer on Ethereum.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, if you guys want to look a little bit more into it and verify, I haven't looked that deep into it, but from what I understand, what he's talking about is something similar to Railgun. So if you want to go to railgun.org, it's just railgun.org. I believe that's what he's talking about. So it's like as a ZK proof infrastructure that you can use on any EVM, and it allows you to move from one chain to another or within the chain unseen. And I've actually heard a couple of people within the PulseChain ecosystem speculating on that early on, probably about a year ago. And they did say that a lot of the things that Richard or the people behind the scenes have been doing is using the Railgun system to move funds in and out of PulseChain and all that. So it could really be happening. I think you can find out a lot from how it actually works on their website, which is railgun.org.
Point. And that kind of explains why, like, when Sommi talks about price and he talks about, like, he knows markets really well. And like I went and like tried to go and figure out how to fix the solution, and I came back to the same point where Sommi is, and he's just sitting in the back laughing like, nah, bro, like the chart looks good. Like I'm buying it. So that kind of where the money could be coming back. No one really knows or where it's coming from.
Yeah, I think Mark wants to speak in low life. Well, we got 5 more minutes.
Yeah, that sounds good. I gotta head out.
I'm good. I'm done.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
great,
mean,
thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. So thank you, Royson, for your support. I mean, I would appreciate you can create some, education video or, roadmap so that people can know more about this because, people want to know more about PDAI or the MakerDAO. It's so complicated. I read the, white paper and
Yeah.
it's like, it's very complicated.
Yeah, it's a lot.
So, yeah,
Like a retard
and
compared to
everybody
people that
wants
actually
to
know.
know more about it, I think. Yeah. Thank you.
If someone's a graphic designer, definitely DM me because I'll put together a video, but I need help with the graphics.
So, Chase and Mark, you want to speak?
Yeah, sorry. I just want to share something with you guys. This has really plagued me, not plagued, but ever since Wild SJ posted her dream on 2023. Let me read it to you guys, okay? I'm sorry, one second. Okay. So this was this was posted November 30th, 2023, okay? She said, I had a dream 2 nights in a row that I was at a long gray marble table in a small room to meet with a committee on the latest innovations in DeFi blockchain that would change the world. Elon Musk was sitting to my right and Captain RG3 was hosting. And at first I was geeking out about this. I was like, oh, cool. That's the same dream 2 nights in a row. That might really mean something, but it didn't really make any sense. I asked Wild SJ about this dream later, and she said, yeah, like Elon Musk was there to learn about DeFi. And then after he learned, he left. And then that didn't make sense to me. Why would Elon want to learn DeFi first? But then I realized that, holy crap, this was way before the PDAI narrative started taking off, right? That was November 30th, 2023. And then now the PDAI narrative is so thick, and I'm like, well, it's making sense. If when PDAI does peg to $1, I'm pretty sure Elon Musk would be curious as heck to see how we did it. And then I just wanted to share that dream with you guys that she had, and I just thought it was pretty bullish. And I don't know, I was just so excited. So I just wanted to share that. Hope that helps. I'm going to jump in real quick. I know it's about to wrap up. I just wanted to give a shout out and thank you guys. Royson, I've heard you in the Lion's Den a few times. You bring a real calm, peaceful, open-minded energy that even disarms the haters. I heard them say, well, yeah, we agree with you, Royson. We just don't like those people who are maxis and hardcore PDAI. So you're really great at breaking it down. Crypto tech, you as well, brother. And I really appreciate you guys bringing a balance. So if you guys are listening, follow these speakers, follow these guys, because they really do the community a big service at not saying, hey, we know 100%. They're very open and transparent and honest, but balanced. And it's been a blessing to be able to listen to you guys. And on one last note, Richard Hart made the PDAI meme. Do you really think that he would make a meme token to represent a token that was a major exploit that drained his whole ecosystem? Like, it kind of doesn't make sense for him to make a PDAI meme unless he knows that there's something bigger to that story. And also, if Alex from Hedron goes, you hear people say, oh, we're going to try to fix it. We're going to try to fix it. If anybody could analyze, I mean, Richard Hart's been posting 30 plus tweets on look over here, here's a meme about the extractor. Clearly, Richard Hart knows what's going on. Clearly, he can analyze the blockchain. If something needed to be fixed to fix his chain and not ruin his core tickers that he loves so much, he would be able to do it. So I've got faith in Richard Hart's abilities over a lot of others. But I also just want to take the time to personally thank you guys, and I look forward to hearing more from you in the future. So God bless.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you, man.
Thank you very much. Get Rich, you want to speak?
Hey, Hey everyone, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, mate.
Yeah, thanks everyone for on the call. I'm loving the intelligent discussion, and yeah, it's just good to be amongst this community. I wanted to just mention a couple of things kind of on the macro level that I think are important, which is when, you know, we're 12 years or so into crypto now, people have a lot of certainty in the space, and that kind of certainty has crept in, and the expectation that, you know, our coins are going to perform and we're going to get returns, and it's just not where crypto started. So I think we're coming back to the origins of where crypto started, what it was intended for, to give some decentralized options away from the hegemony of the banks and the US dollar dominance. And if we look back in history, like literally any military moves made by the US, you could argue come down to some form of money, and a lot of those are trying to interrupt different countries setting up anything that could compete with that US dollar dominance, whether it's Vietnam or Libya or Europe or BRICS. This is the type of thing that the US is doing, is to interrupt anything that can compete with that US dollar dominant market. So if you go to Grok and you talk, what's the biggest competitor to the US dollar dominance, it's a decentralized stablecoin. So these guys aren't unaware of that, because, you know, how could they control that? It would be the biggest thing to happen since the euro. And then, you know, we saw what happened with BRICS. They took Germany out of the game. Whether you want to argue that wars are based on politics or they're based on trying to stop communism or some sort of abstract politicized story that the politicians will paint on top of war, often there's a bottom line there, and that's to do with money, and that's to do with keeping this dollar dominance. So, you know, we're getting back to what is crypto about, and are we here just for our 5 or 10% yield farms and to like have certainty of and expectation from these other creators, or are we here to participate in a stable coin, participate in real finance? And this is something that can't be invaded by America. You can't invade the decentralized blockchain. You can try to fuck with it, but you can't put tanks there. You can't bomb it. So I think that that's interesting. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm buying more. And thanks to everyone here.
Yeah, thank you all for being here. It's pretty cool.
Okay, I just want to add, hello, IC here. I just want to add on, if you all ever need a listening ear, because I think it's a tough time and I think it's still gonna be a while more. We can always talk on the Telegram group space. The video chat that kind of, I can host it and we can talk if you ever need to talk, because I think sometimes it's very tough, and I think this topic you can't really talk to your family and sometimes even your friends about it, because not many people is in crypto. I'm in crypto 7 years now, but I still can't really find anyone to talk about outside our space, you see. So if you ever need, you can talk to me or whatever, or whoever is. If I'm around, I will start I can start a video chat that we can talk there. No thing.
You guys are awesome.
I think there's one more person.
Hey guys, one last point. I wrote this comment inside of the thread here. I was just thinking in agreement with what you were saying earlier, Royson, an observation of the chain failing or having failures exist due to PDAI failing. And I was of the mindset that if it did fail and you had that catastrophic cascade, it would then be easy to assume that PDAI is kind of the line in the sand of defense against those things failing. So rather than people having the mindset that PDAI is the reason why it's failing, I have more of the mindset that it is not the thing that is causing the failure. The extractor is the problem. We are trying to keep this system flourishing as it is because you got this great narrative behind this coin. This topic is driven on such heightened energy that it creates this environment that people want to be involved in, right? But then you also have this protection against what you care for and you want to see manifested into reality, right? That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I wanted to just add to that general sentiment as well. Get Rich. I can't see the rest of your name there. Get Rich, but you kind of prodded me to want to talk about this. Get Rich or P-Die Trying. Get Rich or P-Die Trying. I love it.
It's great, eh?
It's so good because me and my mates have got to get big or die trying. But anyway, like it also continues on what Freedom was saying. I thought when Freedom came in here with what he had to say, for me that was like a pivotal moment in this space as well. It really captured the essence of what this is and what this means. Like I'm in different kinds of chats and I'm trying not to get involved in the arguments, and I'm trying to just keep presenting as best as I can a neutral perspective, but I'm definitely biased. But the amount of like Bitcoin's dead, guys. Like people don't realize Bitcoin as a system, as an idea, as a philosophy, it is actually now dead. It represents the world of dead money. It has just become another asset class which is trying to outpace inflation. It's not a revolution anymore. It's just a dead form of money in a dead system. PDI and PulseChain represents what could potentially become a new system. For me, that is something worth going down the ship for. Like, yes, I'm here for the gains. Yes, I have bag bias. Yes, I want to get rich from this, just like everybody else. But this goes so much deeper for me. This goes to the core of what cryptocurrency was invented for. For me, this is what it's all about. And I just wanted to really emphasize that point, because I think there's a lot of people here that I feel have that perspective as well. But I also think that there's also definitely a lot of people that, you know, we have the crowd that just wants to get rich and buy Lambos and mansions, and PDI is their vehicle for that. No problem. But for me, this is so much deeper and so much more important for everything in the world. And like you said that there's no tanks, but there's a war going on, bro. There's a war going on, and the whole world is being turned upside down. I can see it. I can feel it. I see it in everything that I'm involved in, and it's like literally ripping my soul apart. It's like it's tumultuous. And so I'm willing to go down with the ship for that, because this is something that this is something that the world needs, not just cryptocurrency. This is something that the world needs. So I just wanted to end my statement on that. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much for all coming out. It's been great space, even though it's like nearly 5 a.m. in the UK, but it's worth it. I will hopefully be doing this again next week or the week after. It all depends if the guys are free. I know Cash Money wants to do it. He's really DM'd me and said he loved it and he'll do it again. I know Royson will probably do it as well, and Stephen. But yeah, thank you all for coming out and asking questions. If I didn't get everybody, let me know. I'll try and get you in first next time. But yeah, you know, the haters will hate. There's a few haters out there that sent me hateful stuff tonight, but that's fine. They can do that. You know, they're childish. You know, especially someone called Habby. He wants to send nasty stuff. Let them. You know, they've got nothing better else to do because they're jealous and they just want attention. So we ain't going to let them do that. So we're just going to be a positive space, and we're going to talk about PDI in a positive way. And, you know, we're going to be a positive shining light on the community instead of these hate spaces, which I don't think are really good for PulseChain. So thanks for coming out, and yeah, hopefully we'll speak to you soon. See you later, guys.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
Thank you,
Thanks
mate.
for putting it together.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
See you.
guys.
I'm gonna keep extracting you all. I'm gonna keep extracting you all. See,
Okay, thank you.
That last guy is going to keep extracting us all. Oh, boy. Yeah, so very interesting space. Couple of spaces. I'm really glad I recorded this. There was a few bit of static along the way, a lot of unusual things that were happening with my internet connection. So this absolutely is what it's about for me as well, Ing. And yeah, it's hard. It's hard because it's hard to look past the bag bias and the gains. It's really hard to look past the bag bias and the gains. But one thing that this channel has been about from day one has been about trying to make the world a better place. And so through that, I follow my heart and I follow where it takes me. So I honestly don't think that there's anybody who has as much cognitive dissonance as me, because I don't have like the staunch, defiant certainty that Sommi has. I have like my heart. This is what my heart is telling me is true, but I'm in between. My heart and my brain is like my brain. I'm looking at all the information and it's like all this contradictions of information. It's wild. It's wild. So my heart is telling me everything is going to be okay. My heart is telling me we're going in the right direction. My heart is telling me that we are going to eventually win. I don't know how it's going to be. Someone was asking there for a roadmap. I don't know how it's going to be. It could take 1 year. It could take 2 years. It could take 3 years. It could take 4. It could take 5. But if it means the ultimate conclusion of that is sovereignty, then it should take as long as it needs to take. The sooner, the better, because it means we get that sovereignty faster. But we should be prepared to take it as long as it takes to get there and just keep towing the line. So let's leave it on that. Oh, actually, what have we got here from our good sir? I find it hard to look past someone else's MakerDAO being able to turn off your decentralized stablecoin. I find it hard to look past someone else being able to turn off your decentralized stablecoin at any time. How are they able to do this? I'm not disagreeing with you. I literally just don't know if that's possible or not. So Fast Abdul. So my understanding was that it's not possible. Basically, my understanding at the minute is, particularly with this maker stuff, is the main direction of the movement is moving towards. This is going to be very uncomfortable to say. I'm not going to say one way or the other, but the main force is moving with 99 Capital Decentralized Me, and the information that I'm now getting is that force has been compromised. That force is. There was the evidence there that they were sharing about the exploiter being fished. So that actually is an exploiter and it's been fished. But basically, the exploiter's now taken these guys along for a ride as well. And I'm not saying that they have. I'm not saying that they have. PDI to $1. Let's go. But what I am saying is that the proposal that team is going to make is basically going to be putting all the power into their hands, which doesn't make it decentralized. Whereas the one Katie's trying to propose is, and surfacing, is that it puts it into the people's hands. But obviously they're new players in this whole story. They're part of the XUSD team, and they're another stable coin, but it's not a stable coin, it's a volatile asset. So people might think that there's a conflict of interest, but Katie genuinely believes that if we follow this direction, this could actually spell the end of PulseChain. And so her concern is very valid, because that also spells the end of her baby, which is XUSD. So that's why she's really passionately pouring all her energy into it. She didn't sleep the other day. She was up for like 24 hours. So like, if people have that much conviction in something not being right, then I think that that's something worth at least listening to, and at least giving it the time of day to hear what they have to say, without being like, oh, you're fighting the narrative, and why would they lead us astray? I also think, why would they lead us astray? It also doesn't make sense to me, but I still want to hear it. I still want to understand it. So hopefully I can get Katie on to do a stream about that, but I know that she's probably really exhausted from doing all the streams. So there is an emergency shutoff option that requires 150,000 maker tokens. They have that. Yeah. So I think what Katie has to say feeds into all of that as well. So you are right then. Then that would mean that, well, truly, I mean, does that... you know, again, I look at incentives, right? Now, if I was Maker, would I want to double my value, or would I want to cut off not only a source of value, but a source of like endless arbitrage, endless yields? Would I want to do that? I don't think that would be a wise decision. So yes, in the sense you are correct. They could turn it off. I mean, for me, I've always been, I mean, even when it comes to the OA, the origin address, many years ago, I was talking about the best solution would be is if the OA was some sort of artificial intelligence, because it takes away, let's just code the OA to be a benevolent actor. That would be the best, because there's no human corruptibility in that. That would also be an ultimate solution, in my opinion, with all this maker stuff, because you even have a look at, which one was it? Was it Compound, where the guy, basically an Australian guy possibly, and he dumped the token down and bought like a $56 million mansion? Like, that's, what a load of shit. What a load of shit. That just completely sucks. So we don't want to see anything like that. Yeah, take your profits, live a good life, but when you're destroying everybody else's dreams at the same time, like, that's just greed, man. And only humans are capable of doing that. Artificial intelligence is not capable of doing that if it's coded right. So the ultimate solution would be like an artificial intelligence DAO. That would be the ultimate solution. But yeah, if we ever do get to that point, yeah, we'll have to take it as it comes. So I'm because people are commenting, I'll just go through these comments now before I close it off. We are the revolution. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So Peter gives me hope for this system. We can't count on ETH anymore. Yeah, firefighting with Brad. I think I still feel that, again, the ultimate coexistence, the ultimate is like not combative against Ethereum, but complementary, coexisting with Ethereum. And I also believe that that's probably what Richard really wanted too as well. If you look at some of his older streams, he's talking about how that we can work against them, which is what he wants, or we can compete against them by opening up the bandwidth for the bridges or something along these lines. Again, I wish I fully understood everything to be able to go, yeah, this is exactly what he's talking about. I think I can understand it in principle, but still not 100%. So has the Maker DAO guys on the ETH replied to anyone from PulseChain? Do they care? Brenton Eslick, I think we'll probably find out something. I think we are going to, I feel that we're going, something along those lines is going to emerge in this story. I feel like that could be a possibility. So how do you know that the OG Maker team aren't already working with Richard Hart? Well, we don't. So, and we don't know whether they are. We don't know whether they aren't. So that's another thing that's being endlessly speculated on. So, and that was at the very start of the stream. Oh, was that the start of the stream? No, that was something else that I was watching. Pulse.win made a video speculating about that. So Sommi made a video about that, rather. That was on a tweet from Pulse.win. Not impossible, it seems unlikely. How do we... yes, okay, so Fast Abduls. Thanks for answering the questions, Fast Abdul. So hopefully a human can design such a thing. Hunter Lefebvre, hopefully a human can design such a thing as well. Just use 0x Bistro. Don't have to dump PulseChain or liquid loans. A good option. I don't know what... is 0x Bistro, that's... is that Coast? 0x? Is that Coast? Yeah, it's an interesting. It's not an easy thing. It's really there's a spirit that the movement has of decentralized finance. That spirit is what captivates me the most. That energy, that spirit, that's what captivates me the most out of all of this. But then there's also that this is not necessarily truly DeFi either, like what Fast Abdul is saying. So it's really yeah, maybe we don't have the right solution, but still maybe this ends up leading towards the right perfect solution. So 0x Bistro is a OTC by the Magic Carpet Ride, guys. Okay, gotcha. PUSD algo is also being built as well. Launch soon after Signum launch. Okay. Yes, that's the Mafia team. PUSD, is that the Mafia team? PUSD algo, that's the Mafia team. Exactly. So we have a lot of solutions. We have a lot of we have that spirit on PulseChain. I think that's really the most important thing that I'm captivated by, that I'm attracted to. But I think the difference between PDAI and all those other things is PDAI can at least give people the opportunity to ride that wave up to the dollar. That's what makes it that's what gives it an energy that the others don't have. It actually gives people who have that spirit of creating this world power in that new world. Whereas all these other released stable coins, they will be perfect and beautiful, but you have to have that power already to be able to make an influence on there. And I know I'm not someone who has that. So I'm not that, I don't have that kind of that wealth to be able to go, all right, well, I can take advantage of this system. I don't have that wealth. Maybe after this bull run, yes. But that's what makes PDAI so interesting. It's lifting up those people who have that energy into this realm where they can actually make an impact on the world positively. That for me is one of the most important things about this movement as well. It captures a spirit, and it lifts people up who have that spirit, who want to make the world a better place. So anyway, I think that's enough. So this was a great spaces. We managed to get all 3 of the spaces in here. So I'm really glad I recorded this. So yeah, go back and listen to it again. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining. Hopefully I'll have Katrina on to talk about her position related to the MakerDAO contracts. I think I might also be having Cash Money on in the next few days, but I think he wants to talk about one of his coins, Oink. So let's see. So I've got a few ideas for the Coexist token with that as well. Actually, I'm trying to make that 100% community orientated. So anyway, thank you very much, everybody. Have a good day. Have a good night.